The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby on a point of order.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today because you asked for the opinion of parliamentarians on Bill C-290, receive royal assent, and so I'd like to provide the view of my party today and my views on the issue. In our view, there is nothing in the bill that engages public spending. We don't see anything that would lead to direct costs or expenditures. The sponsor of the bill, the member for Mirabel, in remarks on September 28, 2022, pointed out that Section 5 of the bill calls for the General Administrator to provide support to officials. The bill doesn't talk about the type of support, but there is nothing that indicates that this would be financial support. The member for Mirabel explained, and I quote, "The support that we are talking about in Clause 5 would be information, references, or advice, things that are part of normal duties of an administrator. In short, it's to ensure that if an official identifies wrongdoing, he or she knows where to go and what to do and is not left on his or her own." I agree with those comments, and I'm worried about the too narrow definition of the term support, which is not limited to financial support. In a case like the one before us, there is no mention of financial support, and it shouldn't be interpreted that way. In addition, the government's obligation to not cancel the contract of someone following a denunciation or to withhold payments is in the same category. That provision would not engender any new costs for the government. It would prevent the gathering of funds as retaliation. Therefore, we could summarize the use of royal recommendation in the procedural manual in the third edition on page 1120. It states that the rules state that the bill bills be accompanied by royal recommendation that can only be provided by the government and introduced by a minister. Because a minister cannot move private members' bills, a private member's bill should not, therefore, contain provisions which would involve the use of public funds. End of quote. So I think it's important to point out that royal recommendation needs to be interpreted in a targeted fashion. There could also be indirect implications, but what we're looking at here is that royal recommendation accompany the bill. That's why Bill C-290 does not meet those criteria, and as a result, it does not require royal recommendation. Thank you very much.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills comments, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-9, an act to amend the Judges Act.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Glad I was able to catch your eye this morning so I could speak next on this bill. It is C9, and it's an amendment to the Judges Act, which I know for many of my constituents will be wondering what exactly the Act does and what the government is proposing to do herein. I think over the past few years, many of our civic institutions have come under stress, democratic institutions, but also the civic institutions such as different courts of law and how the process works. And I think what the government is doing here, to its credit, a few times I will give the government credit for anything, is shoring up an institution, the courts in this country, the federal courts, that I think need a little bit of shoring up to ensure that my constituents can continue to have faith in them, that judges will be held accountable. And I'll note that this law goes a little bit beyond just judges, that will actually also impact those who are federally regulated, because if you look at the summary of the bill, and on the back end, I do want to draw attention of the House to a couple of points on the back end of the bill. There are provisions in it also, in a new process that will apply to persons other than judges who are appointed under an act of Parliament to hold office during good behavior. So it actually goes just a little bit beyond it to provide a process that will make sure those people are held accountable as well for their behavior while they have office, that falls something in between of whenever someone does something wrong, forcing them to completely resign. Maybe they haven't done something so bad that they need to resign, their careers can still be salvaged through better education, perhaps a public reprimand, a public apology. I'd like to think that in public life, a little bit of grace given to people would be a good thing. So let me say that first on the outset. How the judges work today has probably drastically changed. The Judicial Council that oversees them was created back in 1971. Now, I was not alive back in 1971, I will say that, Madam Speaker, but my family wasn't even in Canada at the time, neither of my parents. And I would say that the way judges behaved in communist Poland would fall far short of an expectation of fair behavior in Canada nowadays. But judges' work today includes things like case management, settlement conferences, judicial mediation, frequent interactions with people who want to self-represent themselves, litigants who don't believe they need the assistance of a lawyer in order to have proper counsel and be properly represented before the court. Now, I will say this, and I've said it before to the House, I've not been burdened with a legal education, and therefore I think it allows me an opportunity to go beyond just what the law says. And I apologize to all the lawyers in the House and those who've joined the bar, but I think those of us without a legal education can perhaps weigh in on the worthiness of certain matters. Some of these responsibilities that judges have invite further consideration with respect to things like ethical guidance. The same matter, the digital age, the phenomenon of social media, importance of professional development for judges, the transition to post-judicial roles, all raise ethical issues that were not fully considered even 20 years ago. And I think social media especially and its implications apply to all of our jobs, all of our institutions, and the behavior of, for example, large multinational publicly traded corporations as well. Everybody has a kind of a different responsibility when it comes to your behavior online, what you're posting, what you're sharing, and whom you are sharing it from, I think is equally important. Judges are expected to be alert to the history, experience, circumstances of Canada's Indigenous peoples and to diversity of cultures and communities that make up this country. It's in that spirit the judiciary is now actively involved with the wider public, both to enhance public confidence and to expand its own knowledge of the diversity of human experiences in Canada today. The Canada that was about 50 years ago when the Council was first set up is very different today. We have also a great more laws that have been created by Parliament. If you look at the statutes of Canada, it is reams and reams of laws that then are adjoined with regulations that are even far longer. And oftentimes I find in this place that we defer a lot to the administrative state. And I have complained about this multiple times since the 42nd Parliament. I probably sound curmudgeon-y at my age, but I will say that we legislate too much through regulation and that we allow the cabinet to set regulations and therefore the state gets to decide things. And so you have civil servants, these departments have an incredible amount of leeway to set the rules. And I don't know if that's the best that we can do for Canadians in this House, that we could amend bills in a better way. So C9, and C9 brings about new changes. There's 41 members on this council. It's headed by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada. And it's the one that's basically supposed to provide guidance and also discipline judges that fail. At my count, there were about 8 cases, and one was being reviewed in Quebec. I haven't been able to catch up on what exactly was the outcome of that. The proposed changes in C9 will affect federally appointed judges, which are judges of the Supreme Court of Canada, the federal courts, the provincial territorial superior trial courts, and the provincial territorial courts of appeal. This wouldn't impact provincial justices in any manner. It could set perhaps an example for them. At the time when this legislation was first proposed, I think it was in the Senate, it was called S5 at the time. That got dropped because an election got called, and I'll Judge Harshley, the member for Papineau, the Prime Minister, for making that decision, because this was mostly an administrative exercise. But it's also about priorities of the government, and it kind of showcases what's important to the government, the types of legislation that they elect to have both before the House table, but also move for debate. And I'll mention that it is a Friday when we're debating this particular piece of legislation. At the time S5 was being debated, the position of Victims Ombudsman was still vacant. And I do want to mention that the government has finally appointed one. I think it was just a few weeks ago, because I have the press release right here, September 27th, 2022, where they appointed a federal ombudsman for victims of crime. I will say in a previous life, I used to work for, now he's not a member of parliament, so I can't say his name. The Honorable Stephen Blaney was a great mentor to me at the time. He had hired me because my father happened to have been a shipyard worker in communist Poland, was a shipyard worker at the Sorel shipyards in Montreal. Thanks to the Sorel shipyards, my father was able to stay in Canada. The Sorel shipyards then went on strike. My father was one of the very few workers on the floor who voted against it. My father's a contrarian. It's probably why he became a conservative. This ombudsman person for victims of crime was actually one of the pieces of legislation that Stephen Blaney worked on. And actually, I worked on it as his legislative assistant at the time, trying to make it work. So it's just gratifying to see so many years later that the government has filled the position, although late. And there were many victims' rights groups that were saying this position needed to be filled right away. There's a federal ombudsman, I believe, for offenders, federal offenders. That position, when it became vacant, was filled immediately the day after it became vacant. Again, priorities. And I would look to the Minister of Justice on why those were the priorities that he had set. Perhaps he will rise in the House and correct the record and tell me why that decision was made. I have a Yiddish proverb, Madam Speaker. I always do. And for this one, it's, what will become of the sheep if the wolf is the judge? And it's about judicial behavior and judgment. It sounds, again, way better in Yiddish than it does in English, and you don't want to hear my Yiddish. But I think the expectation of judges has changed over the last 50 years. And I think it's unfair to judges as well to say that as soon as you make the smallest of mistakes or transgressions, that the only solution is to fire you. So the proposals in the legislation, short of dismissal, is actually in section 102 of the legislation. So if the panel does not review the complaint to the council under section 101, it may dismiss the complaint or take one or more of the following actions if it considers appropriate to do so in circumstances. In a previous life, as I've mentioned in the House a few times now, I used to work for a professional association for human resources. It's a voluntary professional association. Part of that was I was a staff assist to the disciplinary committee. And we had an excellent chair who used to work for Syncrude, excellent gentleman who really knew how process should work. He had, I think at the time, a 25-year career in human resources and labor negotiations. He really knew his stuff. And sometimes things as simple as, and they're in this bill too, so I'm glad to see them here, a public expression of concern from your supervisor to you so that everybody knows you transgress, but it's not to the level of you should be terminated. A public warning, a public or private reprimand. Here under D, you can order a judge to apologize either privately or publicly by whatever means the panel considers appropriate in circumstances, ordering the judge to take specific measures, including attending counseling or a continuing education course. That point E is oftentimes what professional associations do. And I think it's perfectly reasonable for us to introduce this into law and say, perhaps the judge needs, and I'm going to segue into a previous private member's bill that also is from a former member of parliament, so I can't say her name in this House, the Honorable Rona Ambrose, and I'm sure she's happy in her retirement in Calgary. But that's oftentimes what professional associations do. When you have a shortcoming and there's a disciplinary hearing, oftentimes these disciplinary panels then say, what you've done is just an indication that you need better training, better education, or a refresher. And even at my age, I sometimes need a refresher on just basic economics or Excel spreadsheets, or even how Outlook works. And I know the House has had trouble of late with its IT systems where we had to reset all of our passwords. That is infuriating to have to do once you forget which password you're using at any one time. I see a bunch of members smiling. You know it's true. It happens to all of us too. So I think a lot of what's in 102 are actually good ideas, and it will offer the public an opportunity to see judges go through what other professionals like engineers, nurses, doctors, surgeons, optometrists, chiropractors, human resources professionals, labor negotiators kind of go through with their professional associations. So I think it's perfectly justified. I want to draw attention to something interesting I found at the back end of the bill, though, and I said I would do that, is that removal is justified under Section 119. That's the header. So if the full hearing panel determines on a balance of probabilities that the judge's removal from office is justified, it shall make a decision to that effect. Now, I just want to draw attention to the wording balance of probabilities, because it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. So actually, the final decision-making will be on a balance of probabilities, which is 50% plus 1. If a reasonable person would believe that this to be true, is not the metric we're using. It's 50% plus 1. Is it, could this have happened? Is that, I don't want to use the term reasonable, but a person looking at the facts of the case would say, yeah, this probably happened on the balance of probabilities. That's a lower threshold than what we use in criminal court. It's actually a lower threshold in many civil cases involving large amounts of dollars. I think that should give the public some certainty that C9 is not a piece of legislation that's seeking to protect judges. It's seeking simply to update the system that governs how they are disciplined, and that there is actually an oversight body, like I mentioned, what the oversight body was going to be. In Division 3 is what I mentioned at the very beginning, is the request concerning office holders. So the removal of office for those who are not judges but are appointed by an act of parliament. And it goes into some detail. There's several sections that will govern their behavior, leaves of absences with salary, orders and reports laid before parliament, because usually those officers are the ones to provide to parliament. So if you don't have them filled, who would physically provide us the report, or electronically in this case? There's provisions for removal from office. There's establishment provisions. There's a request. Minister may make a request to council to establish a full hearing to review someone. And the reasons for this is things like infirmity, misconduct, failure in the due execution of their office, or D, the person has been placed in a position that a reasonable, fair-minded, and informed observer would consider to be incompatible with the due execution of their office. I raise that because it's timely, and back to the Yiddish proverb, what would happen if we have judges who are in wolf's clothing? What will happen to the sheep? And I think sheep is not used in necessarily derogatory sense here, because I would be one of them as well. But those in power have a special responsibility to those over whom they have power, because we are all servants of the people, servants of our riding especially. That's what public service is supposed to be about. It's duty and it's sacrifice. The reason we call it service is because there's a portion of sacrifice in it, is that you know that your job is not forever, your role is not forever, and we are simply stewards on to the next person. This brings me to the RCMP commissioner. This brings me to the Globe and Mail article that was just made public, I think yesterday, with an audio recording of a meeting that she had. The RCMP commissioner in this country has a special responsibility before parliamentarians to always tell the truth. And at the Public Safety Standing Committee on Public Safety many, many months ago, the RCMP commissioner said one thing, and now this audio recording proves it is a complete and utter opposite. There is no other interpretation you can have. My interpretation is that she lied before this parliamentary committee. And that is heavy words to use in this House. And I certainly believe so. That is the only way I can interpret that audio recording. If the audio recording is truthful, if it's an accurate reflection, it has not been modified in any way, I do not believe there's any way that you can look at it except to believe that she misled the members of that committee who are trying to get at the truth. And parliamentary committees are like the House of Commons. They're the grand inquest of the nation. The reason the courts and judges have all these powers is because we delegate those powers to them. This House of Commons has all of those powers. Every parliamentary committee has the power to invite witnesses, but also to summon witnesses, to take oaths, to force them to tell the truth. You cannot deny a committee of the House of Commons the truth. You cannot say, well, because I will self-incriminate myself. That actually is an American concept. We don't have it here in Canada. You must tell the truth the way you know it, even if it may be harmful to you. The House of Commons can understand protection like the courts do, like we provide for measures for witnesses to provide evidence and have their identity protected. And that's very, very famously was done multiple times in the province of Quebec during the 1990s, I remember it, when the Sûreté du Québec and the government were pursuing organized crime, and very effectively, I might add. But oftentimes they're extending protections for those who are coming forward with critical information but needed to be protected, and later on many of them made it into the Witness Protection Program. I've actually met one person who was in the Witness Protection Program, and her story was just incredible to listen to on how she made it into the program and her experience therein. I did mention I would go back to just one point, again, about judges and training especially. It was a former leader of the Conservative Party, the Honourable Rona Ambrose, who introduced a private member's bill, C-337, back in 2017. What I like about C9 is some of those ideas are in here, are being embedded in here. And I think at the time that private member's bill, it passed through the Senate as well on a second try, when and Rona wasn't here with us anymore, but it made it so that judges had to get sexual harassment, sexual assault training, specific training. I've known people in my life who have been assaulted, sexually harassed, and it is incumbent upon judges to not use common stereotypes when judging these cases. We do expect more from them because they are in a public service. They are weighing facts and situations. And so what I like about this change in C9 is a lot of the ideas embedded in Private Members Bill 337 is now going to be made broader, available for all types of situations that might apply, where a judge could be told by this counsel, by the panel hearing it, you should get more training. In particular, you particular judge have erred in law or in a particular situation or in dealing with a particular maybe difficult litigant. Maybe you need some more training. It could be 4, 5, 6 courses. It could be a day, a half-day mediation, whatever that is. And I think that's perfectly reasonable. That's actually a good thing and will improve sexual assault trials. It'll improve the system. It'll improve outcomes for victims. It'll make sure that women are heard. That cannot be a bad thing. That's only a good thing. And so I'm pretty happy to see portions in there. So just to go back, because I know my time is coming short, and so I want to make sure I kind of briefly go over the government's priorities now. Because C9 is a good piece of legislation. I'm hoping when it gets to committee, they'll be able to do further reviews, and if any errors are caught in the bill, that they can be corrected at committee. My experience has been that sometimes there are errors in legislation between the French and the English, sometimes don't quite match up, and sometimes there are new ideas that come forward when witnesses testify before the committee that things could be made better. I will say the Canadian Bar Association is supportive of this bill. They think it's fair and reasonable in terms of its process. But what I want to talk about lastly, in my last few minutes, was again, the government's priorities. The gun grab against lawful firearms owners is going to do nothing to stop the shootings in our cities. It's happening in Calgary, but it's happening in Vancouver, in Surrey, in Toronto, in Montreal, in Laval. We've had 3 police officers murdered in the line of duty just in the last week, 10 days. More needs to be done against organized crime. It's not lawful firearms owners who are the problem. And a gun grab where provinces now are refusing to set aside provincial resources to support the federal government's actions should be that blinking light, the red light telling the government it's erred, it's on the wrong track here. The Minister of Justice, over the last 2 parliaments I've been here, has hybridized many offenses, and some of them are heinous offenses that should never be hybridized, where they're eligible for a summary conviction, where you can get fined, you could get something like a couple of months in jail. It's not enough. The minister repeats serious crime will get serious time. I don't believe that, not based on his track record. That's not the case at all. Crime is up in our country. Violent crime has only been going up since 2015. And I still go back to this idea. I have the president, I think he still lives in Mahogany, but the president of the Calgary Police Association lives in my riding. I have many police officers who live in my riding. It is a difficult line of work to be in policing, just like it is a difficult line of work to be a judge. The Parliament of Canada, our legislatures should be supporting frontline officers by ensuring we put criminals behind bars and we keep them there to keep the public safe. So I support C9, Madam Speaker. I welcome the questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the members' comments. And the first thing that comes across my mind is that Canadian Judicial Council had a semi-annual fall meeting. It was actually in the province of Alberta, and what came out of that, at least in part of that discussion, was a sense of disappointment. sense of disappointment that the legislation that the member's talking about still is going through the parliamentary processes. They were hoping to see it speed through maybe a little faster, and always wanting to respect the independence, whether it's our courts or here in Parliament, and keeping them separate. My concern is in regards to the government agenda is fairly wholesome. There's a lot of stuff that's out there. So it's not like we are in a position where we can call C9 every day. It has been a while since it's been brought forward, and there is a need to see it pass. And given the members' comments on the bill itself, and all we're wanting to see is to go to committee. Does the member also agree with me that it is important that we see this bill go to committee? The sooner, the better.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this bill would have been passed had the Prime Minister not called an unnecessary election back in August of 2021. S5 would have likely passed the Senate. I don't want to prejudge the work they would have done, but it likely would have passed them. Many of us had been looking at the bill beforehand, and I'm sure it would have gotten due review in this House. And as the member knows, the Speaker can recognize any member who stands up and wants to speak to a bill on behalf of their constituents, just like I did. And I would never want to stop members from speaking up on behalf of their constituents.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I'm not sure if he's looking for his earpiece, but I know he speaks excellent French. He talked about Section 102, what the review committee can do when it comes to rejecting a complaint against a judge. There's therapy, there's a public apology, there's a few other things. And he had this allegory between sheep and wolves. It seems in this case, sheep are not necessarily well considered, but when there's a complaint, it's because somebody was a victim of something. Should we not include victims of a complaint in the process if the complaint can be considered by the review committee when it comes to other modalities? Perhaps we can include victims when it comes to formulating a complaint. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, the member's entirely right. Section 102, when it comes to somebody who is not a professional, who's connected to the profession, to business, to the employees, who's present, who can have a right to vote over decisions. I know that for the association that I was part of before, we had members on our selection committee and our disciplinary committee who were members of the general public.
Member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, and I have a huge amount of respect for my colleague. I want to thank him for his speech. And he talked about police officers and tackling real crime, and I really appreciate him talking about those on the front line. And you know, we've heard from the Police Chiefs Association. We've heard from police. I traveled the country, went to 12 cities on my bill around the toxic drug crisis, and we heard that they are very clear and unequivocal that criminalizing people, charging people that have small amounts of drugs is causing more harm. And does my colleague agree that we should fast-track this legislation because it's a pretty non-controversial bill, and that we should proceed quickly so that we can create more reforms to the justice system, and that would help us tackle the toxic drug crisis and actually work on really important reforms to the justice system that needs to take place to address also systemic racism?
For Calgary-Shepherd.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an interesting question, Member. Fast-tracking bills in this House, in my experience, again, has led usually to more work at committees. Oftentimes, members bring forward quotes, citations, references to articles, documents, reports that are then used at the committee to do its work. And again, any member of this House who wishes to rise and speak on behalf of their constituents should be allowed to do so on each and every single bill. And I've spoken many times on standing order debates and making changes. That should be the norm for all bills, including private members' bills. Thank you.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague from Calgary-Shepherd opened by saying he was perhaps a bit too curmudgeon-y, but he was not around in 1971. So I don't know where that puts me, because I was around in 71. So I don't know if I'm on the other side of that. What we do share is that we are not burdened with illegal educations, though one of my 4 daughters reminds me that perhaps I would benefit from her education, which is of a legal background. My question is more along the lines of the dynamic of federal-provincial relations. This act is covering the appointment, or sorry, is addressing federally appointed judges and similar such. He mentioned at one point that perhaps provincial jurisdictions could benefit or could look at this, and yet we also have the dynamic right now where provincial jurisdictions are pushing back on a federal initiative of a gun buyback. Could he comment on that dynamic between the federal government and provinces on legislation, on the adaptability or the lack of suitability on different pieces of legislation?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Well, the member asked Albertan what he thinks about the federal government and, like conciliatory or cooperative federalism. We haven't seen a lot of cooperation, especially from the western provinces, with this federal government. And I'm sure that my colleagues from Quebec, from all parties, would agree. Oftentimes I find myself on opposite sides with members of the Bloc, for instance. But I know my colleagues from the Conservative caucus who are from Quebec agree on this too. The province has a jurisdiction over its judicial courts, and obviously it can decide what to do. But sometimes the federal government, through its amendments to legislation, puts forward like a reasonable model that a province could adapt, and vice versa. Sometimes the province is responsible for changes to its legislation, for how it operates its courts, that actually are beneficial and should be adopted federally as well. I think things like, and we use it here quite often, but more virtual hearings for at least some of the preliminary work would expedite people's ability to access the courts. On the gun grab issue, my province has been very clear. It will not support the federal government. It will not provide them any resources on the ground, which I think is a very reasonable expression of provincial jurisdiction and provincial control over its own policing resources.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments that my friend and colleague from Calgary made. And I would invite him to expand more specifically on the interplay between the federal government and the province, especially when it comes to issues related to areas where there has been some tension as of late, and then how that plays into what I think generally many Canadians, and including members of the government, have pointed to is an erosion of trust generally in some of our institutions. I'm wondering if the member from Calgary-Shepherd could comment on those.
For Calgary-Shepherd.
So the member's right. I think shoring our civic and democratic institutions, like I mentioned at the very beginning of my intervention, it comes in two ways. It comes by actions, so when the government amends legislation to provide more transparency, better accountability, different mechanics that give certainty to the public that we are watching out for them, so we are not the wolves. The judges are not the wolves. They are just sheep, maybe with a little stilt or something, just a little bit, tiny bit higher, just to make a decision that everybody can live more peacefully. Peace, order, good government, POG is in the Constitution, as we often call it. But also the other way to do it is through words and through deeds. Is shoring our institutions is, I think, the responsibility of all public officials, both provincial and federal, to watch the terminology. I spend a lot of time trying to convince people and explain that for example, our electoral system is one of the best in the world. We don't use machines. It's a paper ballot into a box. If you don't like the outcome, I invite you to scrutineer an election and just go and help out or volunteer or work for Elections Canada. So through words and deeds, the deeds part is the Government Canada, private members bill on opposition side, but the words part is shoring up institutions is by, explaining to people how they actually work. I cannot tell you how many times when I have speaker I have run into people who are still confused how members of parliament are selected, how legislators are generally selected, whether there is like a test you have to take. I was actually once asked 2 parliaments ago whether it was kind of an upgrading thing, first municipal council, then a provincial legislature, then a member of parliament. And that would seem to me like a doom of a career path. I mean, lucky are those, I'm sure, who have gone through that path, but that is much too much for myself. So the member asked an interesting question, but yeah, democratic institutions are shored up through 2 things.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and as always, it is an honor to be able to rise in this place and enter into a discussion on the many, many important issues facing our constituents, facing our provinces, and of course, facing all Canadians. But, Madam Speaker, if you would permit me just a little bit of latitude, it is an honor to not only stand today to debate Bill C9. And I'll get to the substance of that bill here in a moment, an amendment to the Judges Act. But, Madam Speaker, today represents 3 years since myself and the class of 2019 was elected and had the honor of being able to take our seats in this place. And as I was reflecting on that, and even this morning on Google Photos, there's memories that come up. And looking back to 2019, this day in 2019, with so much appreciation. And if, Madam Speaker, you would permit me just a moment of my time to share again a couple of thank yous. And these are similar thank yous to which I rose in my maiden speech back in 2019. But on this day, being able to thank my loving wife, Danielle, my 3 boys. I didn't have 3 boys at the time. I do now, and so thankful for the love and support that they give them. And I know they're on the road right now going to a funeral of a dear friend that had passed away back in the constituency that I would have loved to have been able to go with them today, but of course I am here in this place. And of course my larger family, my parents, my siblings, my grandmothers, and those who have poured into my life over the last 30 plus years. And Madam Speaker, my staff, as you know, and I know all in this place know, we cannot do what we do unless we have good people. And I often joke that the best way to be successful in politics is to hire people who are smarter than you to help you do your job. And certainly I am so thankful for my both Ottawa office staff and constituency office staff. I have a great team, and I am so blessed each and every day to be able to work with them. Not just them work for me, but to work with them as we serve the people of Battle River Crowfoot. And Madam Speaker, of course, our EDAs and campaign teams. Again, this is a shared experience, I'm sure, with every person in this House, how an election doesn't happen because of the person whose name is on the ballot.
Member, a second, please. Can I ask members to have conversations in the lobbies, please, and not in the House? The Honourable Member for Battle River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could just get louder if you needed, but as I was sharing, Madam Speaker, we all have EDAs and campaign teams. Although it's our names on the ballots, there is a huge group of people, and I count almost 200 volunteers over the course of my last 3 or so years in politics that have helped fight for the cause. And I'm so thankful and blessed because of my EDA and campaign team and all those people who have worked so hard to fight for the principles that I am so proud to stand in this place to represent. And of course, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the reason why we're all here, I often joke with when I speak with classes in my constituency that there's 3 job qualifications, and that's it. To be a member of Parliament in Canada, there are only 3 job qualifications. Number 1 is you have to be a Canadian. Number 2, you have to be over the age of 18. And the third one is you simply have to get more votes than the other guy or gal. And it is that process, that participation in our democratic system, that each parliament, at least in the current standing, 338 different paths, different types of individuals, different parties represented, different backgrounds, different experiences, different professions, brings a unique cross-section of Canadians to this place. And Madam Speaker, it is certainly, I cannot thank the people of Battle River Crowfoot enough, as over the last 3 years, speaking over 400 times in this place, being up in question period, doing speeches, spoken up over 500 times in committee, being a part of interparliamentary groups, meeting with delegations, and being a part of international trips representing the people of Battle River Crowfoot here in Canada and around the world, voting almost 400 times, jointly seconding private members' bills, the various ways of communication. Last night we talked about mental health and being able to break some of the stigmas surrounding things like mental health through things like constituency communication, social media outreach. More than a dozen mail-outs, visiting 63 communities. Now, Madam Speaker, I represent a constituency that's about the same size as the province of Nova Scotia and have about 60 or so self-governing municipalities. And having visited each one of those communities over the last 3 years, some more than once, and attending hundreds of events, doing dozens of town halls, and helping when it comes to the base of what being an elected official is about, helping people and taking thousands of calls, helping with whether it's practical issues regarding casework, the Phoenix Pay system, helping veterans, members of the military, passport issues, immigration, whatever the case is, Madam Speaker. There is so much that goes into what we do in this place, and of course, the headlines always grab the big news items of the day. But Madam Speaker, as I reflect on the last 3 or so years that I've had the honor of taking my seat in this place, looking back at my experiences, those who helped me get here, my family and the impact that this has on it, and those who mentored me, I can and truly am very blessed and thankful for this opportunity to serve in this place. So, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the latitude giving me a moment to share some thoughts on 3 years being able to serve in this place. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for that. Now, to the substance of Bill C-9. You know, we have a bill here before us, and I would just note, this is the sort of bill that should have been passed a while ago. And I know there's been a few questions that have been asked about why Conservatives are speaking to this bill, and it's because, you know, certainly I speak for myself, and I think many of my colleagues when I say we like to do our jobs, to make sure that we comprehensively look at, evaluate, and examine everything that comes forward in this place. And Madam Speaker, when the government talks about this bill in particular, in the previous Parliament, I believe it was S5 in the last Parliament, was brought forward. And Madam Speaker, there's a constitutional intricacy that I think the government especially likes to dismiss or not elaborate on when they blame Conservatives somehow for obstructing the democratic process by doing our jobs. But Madam Speaker, Bill S5 was something that died on the order paper when an unnecessary election was called in the summer of last year. And Madam Speaker, it could certainly get into the many aspects of that, returning to this place almost an identical makeup, you know, the frustrations that were felt by so many Canadians, the erosion of trust in our institutions, and I'll expand on that a little bit more. And I know I would share, I'm sure, with the member from Durham, many of how those frustrations manifested themselves over the course of that last campaign, and how the selfishness of a Prime Minister to try and use what seemed to be a few polls lending in his direction, even when he promised to do the exact opposite of what he did. Now, Madam Speaker, the reason why I bring that up today is not only to highlight the hypocrisy of when the government seems to want to blame everybody but themselves for some of the things that I suggest that maybe they would be best positioned to look in the mirror to truly self-evaluate some of the reasons why we find ourselves in those places. But it's things like this, Madam Speaker, a bill that addresses a very, very practical issue. And that is how, over the course of the evolution of our justice system, our legal system, we have the need for changes to be made. And specifically, what C-9 addresses is that there has to be that review process so that, although a judge is, and I would suggest should be, a lifetime appointment. Certainly we see the consequences of when you have politics injected into the selection of judges and some of the challenges associated with that. But, Madam Speaker, when there is the need for a review, and we see that a very specific instance highlighted in the case that kind of brought this whole conversation forward a number of years ago, and where a judge made some very disparaging comments that certainly called into question the integrity of his ability to oversee that specific court case, but more questions related to how there has to be a process, has to be the ability for discipline of individuals on the bench. Of course, we all need to have accountability and integrity checks within each of our professions, whether it be us in this place as members of Parliament, whether that be in the other place, be in Canada's Senate, whether that be in our judicial branch of government. And we do and have created many instances where the ethics commissioner, the lobbying commissioner, and reporting requirements and all those associated things. And this, Madam Speaker, C9 is just a practical response to ensure that we address one of the key aspects of where we have seen what I alluded to earlier, Madam Speaker, and it is that erosion of trust in our institutions. Now, there are many, many reasons for that erosion of trust, and certainly some of which are very political, some of which are very practical, and many of which I would suggest need to be unpacked so that we can truly get to the bottom of it. So because this is a justice bill and specifically relates to the Judges Act, I'm going to focus on some of my constituents' experiences when it comes to how they perceive the justice system. Now, I've been asked a number of times by the Minister of Justice and other Liberal members about why I don't trust judges. And this bill actually speaks to why there has to be, firm parliamentary oversight, and it's in the Westminster system. Parliament is supreme, and I'm thankful for that. And that's one of the things I would suggest that makes our system of government the best in the world is Parliament, and the voices of the people ultimately have that final say. But, Madam Speaker, one of the comments that is often made to me is that we don't have a justice system anymore. We have a legal system. And that legal system is failing. Now, that's not my perception, Madam Speaker. That is the perception of many constituents who share with me those feelings and their experiences associated with it. And, Madam Speaker, there's, and I'm sure each and every person in this House, I mentioned before the 338 different paths to get here, but I have no doubt that when it comes to that each and every member of this place will have heard from constituents who have their own experiences when it comes to the way that the legal system, Canada's justice system, is not serving them well. And I'm going to highlight a few of those instances from the perspective of being a rural Canadian. I'd mentioned in my observations of being in Parliament for 3 years that I represent a large rural area. My constituency, 53,000 square kilometers of what I would suggest is the most beautiful countryside in the world. When somebody asks me what the area that I represent is like, and I say, it's a lot like cowboy country. It's the beautiful rolling hills, wheat fields as far as the eye can see. The only thing dividing one piece of land to the next is a simple barbed wire fence, and even sometimes it's hard to find those, is how vast the space is. And as I think about the many people that live there, and although sometimes sparsely populated, it would work out to be about 2 individuals per square kilometer is about the density of my constituency, approximately. We have some significant challenges. And specifically when it comes to our justice system, we see how the dynamics associated with rural crime have changed significantly in the last number of years. So from both when I was elected in 2019, but also my work being involved in politics in the community prior to that, we have seen the crime severity index increase dramatically. Madam Speaker, it is astounding, some of the stories that I hear from constituents, from members of the community, from law enforcement officers who are on the first line, that the crimes that just a few years ago would never have been thought possible to be committed in a small town of only a few hundred people. Yet with the internet and access to gangs and drugs and all of these associated things, it is astounding some of the things that happen. And then the revolving door of the justice system. But before I get to the revolving door of the justice system, I will share. I attended a town hall. I was invited to attend a town hall in a small town. There's about 200 people in this community. There was probably 100 people that came to the town hall. It was on rural crime, organized by the mayor and council, had invited their member of parliament, their MLA who wasn't able to make it, but also local law enforcement, the RCMP. And I got there, and in what is often the case, the RCMP had planned to be there, but got a call. So they were not able to be there when the town hall started. And I listened for probably an hour, story after story after story. And we're not just talking about, hypotheticals. We're talking about real lived experience, Madam Speaker. Tragic instances where people's homes were broken into, where individuals were terrorized, where they would look and after multiple instances of calling the police or somebody being arrested and taken away, and a few days later back in that same community terrorizing the streets again. Dozens and dozens of examples. And there was a lot of frustration there. There was a lot of frustration at lawmakers, and there was a lot of frustration at local law enforcement. And one of the things that I endeavored to highlight during that time, I was thankful that the RCMP came for about the last third of the meeting. And I would suggest providential. I had stood up and said, look, guys, this room to about 100 people. Said, don't be sure to not blame those men and women in uniform for some of the challenges. They are working as hard as they possibly can. Working as hard as they possibly can. And it was only a moment later that the Mountie that serves the area, it's a detachment with only 3 officers, walked into the town hall, and I was happy to cede the floor to him. And it was amazing. You could see in the eyes of many that although they were frustrated, because sometimes it'd be 4 or 5 hour response time from calling 911 with something like a serious break-in with a firearm. Could be 4 or 5 hours before a police officer even got to somebody's door. Like, we're talking about serious stuff here. But that Mountie started to unpack what his days looked like. Some of the rules and restrictions that he, as a law enforcement and peace officer, was forced to abide by. And Madam Speaker, I saw over that instance and many others like it, and I highlight specifically that town hall in the community of Amisk. But there have been many other instances like that where we see that erosion of trust taking place within some of it, specifically because we're talking about the Judges Act in the legal system in our country. And Madam Speaker, so when the Minister of Justice stands up and says something like, those who do serious crimes in this country serve serious time, it's almost laughable. Because, and it's laughable, I would suggest, in a tragic way, because the experience of so many of my constituents speaks to the exact opposite of that. So I look back, and being a political observer, and although I would have been quite young when there was a change from a past Liberal government to a Conservative government, I know that crime was a big issue. And one of the things that was interesting, the Liberals like to blame Stephen Harper somehow for imposing mandatory minimums. However, some of the mandatory minimums that C5, that the Justice Minister blames Harper for, have actually been around significantly longer. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that some of those include being put into place when Prime Ministers were included Chrétien, Mulroney, and even Pierre Elliott Trudeau. So Madam Speaker, often the demand for mandatory minimums is something that comes from a true frustration from the public. And Madam Speaker, I would suggest that if we're not careful, we will end up seeing that erosion of trust take place to the point where people may end up taking the law into their own hands. And I don't think anybody in this place, regardless of party, wants to see that happen. When you see a government focus more on demonizing a law-abiding firearms owner than actually dealing with smuggled guns coming across our border, Madam Speaker, that is a problem and is demoralizing for those who have been robbed by a firearm, something that is a crime that should involve serious time. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes to C9, we need to do everything we can to ensure that we address some of the erosion the erosion of trust within our institutions, and in this case, making sure that there is a mechanism to ensure that those on the bench are held to a high account, as Canadians expect us, and I believe as we should expect those who are appointed as judges in this place. They need to be held to that higher account, and C9 is a part of that practical mechanism to ensure that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first off, I would echo some of the comments in regards to the member making with respect to our RCMP. An institution and the members of the force have contribute so much to public safety, and just to acknowledge and express our appreciation for the service they provide our nation. But I would like to ask the same question I had asked the previous member, and that is in regards to the Canadian Judicial Council, who had a semi-annual meeting in the province of Alberta, expressed some disappointment that the legislation has not been moving forward, hasn't passed to date. And I'm wondering, given the fact that it appears that the Conservative Party is supporting at least its passage to go into committee, would the member not agree that today would probably be a good day to see this bill actually allowed to go to committee? It doesn't limit debate. It allows and fosters and encourages a more debate in second reading, and there's also third reading that would follow.
Well, member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would simply suggest this. If that member was so concerned about this bill being expedited through the process, I would suggest that he, back in the summer of 2020, would have suggested to his leader, who hoodwinked Canadians, related to promising in, I think it was the beginning of June, that he would not call an election. The Prime Minister voted on a motion saying he would not call an election, yet only a few weeks later, a couple months later, did exactly that, resetting the legislative agenda, including setting this bill back to the drawing board. And I know this member and I have had significant disagreements about the significant delays brought forward by the Prime Minister's prorogation that just happened to coincide with the release of what, certainly as a member of the Ethics Committee at the time, would have made the Prime Minister look really bad. He happened to prorogue Parliament the day that those documents that were to be released. So, Madam Speaker, if the member wants to talk seriously about the legislative agenda, it's within the government's prerogative to absolutely do so. However, they should be quick to look at themselves for the reasons why we find ourselves in a situation where, maybe, I would suggest realistically we could look at being years behind in terms of some things that they claim now are the priority of Canadians.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Apart from the very specific topic of C9, the member talked about things that cause people to lose trust in judges. So apart from C9, I'd like to know what else is being done, not just after the fact, but before judges are appointed. Is anything being done about that to avoid, for example, using liberalist in the process? The honourable member for Battleford-Crowfoot
brings up a good point, and there has to be checks and balances in the process to ensure that we're appointing good people to the bench. But, Madam Speaker, let me take advantage of this opportunity to not just share my concern when it comes to Liberal donors being appointed to the bench and how that seems to be a conflict of interest, but also some of the real challenges when it comes to the erosion of trust just in the institution in general. Many Canadians are not aware that when somebody is granted bail, it does not involve cash bonds anymore. And in many cases, when a bond is set, it is only a fraction required compared to what is the actual consequence if a perpetrator, for example, somebody who has allegedly committed a crime, been charged, ends up not showing up for a court date. So, Madam Speaker, there's a whole host of issues that need to be addressed here to ensure, and C9 addresses one small aspect of that related to a terrible instance. There are so many other things as well, though, that have to be addressed to restore that trust in our institutions.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes in questions and comments after oral questions. Statements by members. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for acknowledging me. As we coming to an end to Small Business Week, let me take you on a very quick tour of incredible small businesses in my community of Ottawa Centre. Madam Speaker, there is Davinder Chaudhary, owner of the Ayana restaurant in downtown Ottawa, who's changing the restaurant industry by paying his staff a living wage. Then there is Paula Napos and Beandigan Cafe at Lansdowne Park, who is reinventing the coffee house model with an indigenous spin. And Speaker, not to mention Justina Borowaska at Vidal Touch of Europe in Westboro, who is bringing authentic European cuisine in Ottawa, and there are so many more examples of small businesses like that in my community of Ottawa Centre. Speaker, I'm also proud to see new spaces emerging across my community to support small local entrepreneurs from equity-deserving communities. Over the past year, we've seen the Black Entrepreneurs Knowledge Hub at Carleton University School of Business and the Adawe Indigenous Business Hub to support young Indigenous entrepreneurs. Congratulations to them all. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hastings Lennox Addington.
Today I want to welcome and can give congratulations to one of my constituents, Teresa Bailey, and her co-author, Terry Turcotte of Ottawa, for the recent publication of Hockey Moms, The Heart of the Game. This book is a collection of insightful stories from the perspective of Canadian hockey moms and celebrate the foundational strength that these women provide to families and hockey programs across Canada. This book is shifting the narrative of hockey in Canada to the potential ahead that results from diversity, inclusion, and the common thread we, as hockey moms, and all Canadians value and share: the love of our children and the love of the game. I trust this House will join me in congratulating Teresa and Terry for this monumental milestone. Having grown up in Madoc, I know she has made Hastings Lennox Addington very proud. Congratulations.
Just a reminder that the use of props is not allowed, so for future reference, the Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we reach the end of Small Business Week, I want to speak and to thank our local small businesses employees and to recognize that although Small Business Week is coming to an end, their work is continuing. These entrepreneurs and their teams are the backbone of our communities and local economies. While supporting financial well-being, they also bring community together and support local initiatives, even providing emotional well-being at times. In my riding of Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, we are so fortunate to have small businesses to do just that. There are so many, but recently I had the pleasure to visit Jay at the STEAM Project in Richmond Hill, Penny at Ziba Salon, Rosa at Royal Rose Arts, Fiona at Coconut Village Spa, and Nair at Future Gadgets. Our government has supported these businesses and so many others through the pandemic. As part of our plan to build a robust economy that abandons no one, creates good-paying jobs, and greens our economy, we will continue to support small and local businesses. We are committed to growing the economy of today and tomorrow for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Courtney Albany.
Madam Speaker, this summer we lost Robert Evans Skelly, a great parliamentarian and a fearless champion for the rights of women, Indigenous and working people. Bob's legacy will be everlasting. He was elected to the BC Legislature 5 times as the NDP MLA for Alberni, and to this House as the member from Comox, Alberni for 1 term. He succeeded Dave Barrett as the leader of the NDP in British Columbia, a role that he filled with dignity and vigor. In his maiden speech in 1972, he called for the province to recognize the rights of Indigenous people, and he carried the same message to the House of Commons when he arrived here in 1988. Bob died of Parkinson's disease, which was first diagnosed in 1998. I'm sure I speak for all members in expressing our deepest condolences to Bob's wife, Alex, and their family. May he rest in peace.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Place, Prescott Russell. Madam Speaker, I rise in the House to recognize the end of Small Business Week. I would like to thank Claude Thériault, the owner of Claude Thériault Electronics, and Claude Desjardins, owner of the Desjardins Convenience Store, 2 small businesses that I had the chance to work for when I was young. Hard work and customer service are 2 values that I learned in these companies and continue to value today. Our SMEs have come through the pandemic, and it was difficult for some. At the Gala of Excellence last weekend, we recognized several companies. I'd like to congratulate all of the finalists. I congratulate the winners, including Arboris, Touque de Brou, L'Orignal Packing, Studio Chantelle, Impression Design, Mini-Jeux Gonflable, and finally, congratulations to Yves Bertillon for winning an award as well. Madam Speaker, let's continue to support our SMEs. Let's buy local. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'd like to honour the memory of a remarkable man, Mr. Gilbert Laliberté, who passed away on October 11th. He had a full life, both in his family and professionally. He was well-rooted in Honfleur, the municipality, where he always lived with his beloved wife, Rose. They had 5 beautiful children who gave them, over the generations, 33 descendants. He carried on the family tradition by taking over his father's farm and by improving it. The farm is prosperous and is said to be an example of cleanliness. He also operated a large sugar bush. His business was so well run that on 3 occasions, Madam Speaker, he won the Order of Agricultural Merit, an achievement that few of his colleagues can boast about. The model is so inspiring that his 3 sons will soon be taking up farming. But Mr. Laliberté wasn't satisfied with just focusing on the success of his business and the well-being of his family. He was also mayor of Honfleur, a municipality located in the middle of Bellechasse. He was also a judge for the Order of Agricultural Merit. Today I want to congratulate
L'honorable député de Winnipeg North.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy Diwali. Diwali is a wonderful celebration across Canada, coast to coast to coast. Many will recognize Diwali as a festival of lights. Think in terms of light over darkness, good over evil, knowledge over ignorance. Canada is a diverse nation, second to no other in terms of our heritage. So I'd like to encourage members, in fact all Canadians, to take a moment and note. October 24, we celebrate Diwali and encourage people to participate in whatever way they can in that wonderful festival. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, on September 30th, a suicide attack in Afghanistan killed 54, mostly girls and young women, and injured another 120. These were students belonging to Hazara community who were sitting for a practice university exam. Hazara community in Afghanistan is subject to multiple forms of discrimination, negatively affecting their economic, social, culture, and human rights. A report by British parliamentarians stated that as a religious and ethnic minority, the Hazara community in Afghanistan are at serious risk of genocide. Since Taliban came back to power, the Hazara community members have been killed through targeted bombings of Hazara schools and places of worship. I call on Canada to condemn these killings and ask the authorities in Afghanistan to protect the Hazara community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, in Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, people are worried about how they will get to work, heat their homes, and put food on the table. Douglas wrote to me about the cost of diesel, and I quote, "I couldn't believe that diesel in Lindsay ranges from $2.16 to $2.40. With diesel being so high, grocery prices will rise even more and make it more unaffordable for the low and middle class to buy food. When will the federal government lower the tax at the gas pumps?" End quotes. At the end of her rope, Kathy expressed her anxiety to me in a long email, and I quote, "I work hard for the little money I get, and soon we'll have to figure out what to purchase, fuel, groceries, or heat. I know the Prime Minister doesn't have to worry about those things," end quote. Speaker, it's clear Canadians cannot afford this Prime Minister and its costly coalition with the NDP. The new Conservative leader will put people like Douglas and Kathy first, their paychecks, their savings, their home, and their country.
For Kanaka Carlton.
Madam Speaker, on Monday, Nokia Canada announced their intention to redevelop their 26-acre campus in the Canada North Technology Park into a sustainable, accessible, mixed-use, corporate, residential and commercial hub. The new R&D hub will help secure Canada's position as a global leader in the green digital future by broadening expertise in 5G, cybersecurity and AI. Canada is already home to one of Nokia's largest R&D sites with more than 2,300 employees. With this redevelopment and $340 million investment, an additional 340 high-paying jobs will be created in my community. I'm proud of our government's commitment in supporting this important project with up to $40 million in strategic innovation funding, which means more jobs and more Canadian IP. The future is digital, and it's happening right here in Canada's largest technology park in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bravo, Dana.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Madam Speaker, inflation is at record highs, and this month, food inflation has jumped to over 11%. This is something that we are feeling, especially across Northern Ontario. In communities in my riding, people are now having to choose between heating their homes, filling their vehicles' gas tanks, or putting food on the table. Madam Speaker, in Sandy Lake, one individual can of beans is now costing $5, and this is even after the government has applied the Nutrition North subsidy. It is all a creation of this government's policies, and it is clear that Canadians can no longer afford this Prime Minister and his costly coalition with the NDP. Madam Speaker, it is time for a Conservative government that will put the people first, that will cut taxes, that will reduce spending, and give those struggling across Northern Ontario some much-needed relief.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, yesterday at the Public Safety Committee, Edmonton Police Chief Dale McPhee said that the Liberals' handgun freeze is not only a bad idea, but will undermine public safety by increasing smuggling and black market activity. He said instead the focus ought to be on targeting the criminals who pull the trigger. Chief McPhee's approach is in stark contrast to the Liberals' approach with their soft-on-crime, do-no-time Bill C-5 that eliminates mandatory jail time for serious gun crime. This, all the while, the Liberals target law-abiding firearms owners with not only a useless but potentially harmful handgun freeze. The Liberals should heed the advice of Chief McPhee, go after the criminals, and leave law-abiding firearms owners alone.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Well, Madam Speaker, it is with sadness that I announce the recent passing of a dear friend and beloved Manitoban, Dr. Krishnamurti Dakshinamurti. Born in 1928 in Vellore, India, he was a student activist and an earlier follower of Mahatma Gandhi. Dr. Dakshinamurti later challenged this life-changing experience by founding the Mahatma Gandhi Centre of Canada to promote human rights. He earned a PhD in biochemistry and became a world-renowned scientist and scholar, inspiring and mentoring generations of students and doctors. He was a pillar of numerous cultural organizations, including the Manohar Performing Arts of Canada, and was a passionate humanitarian who worked on countless fundraising campaigns for local and international disasters. In 2020, for his distinguished service, he was awarded the Order of Manitoba. My deepest sympathies to Dr. Dakshinamurti's family, as well as to his legions of friends and followers who are gathering on October 25th to honour the life of a great soul. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Last week, I had the honour of attending a groundbreaking on the largest affordable housing development in London's history. Vision Soho is a coalition of 6 non-profit affordable housing providers convened by the London Community Foundation, and they will build more than 650 units as a mixed-use community. This is needed more than ever in my community, as Londoners are priced out of their neighbourhoods. In the last few years, the average home cost has more than doubled in London. Home ownership is now only a dream for too many. The city's list of individuals using homelessness supports grew tenfold, and more than 6,000 people are now on our social housing wait list. The financialization of housing in Canada has caused a crisis in my community, which of course started because the Liberal government cancelled the National Affordable Housing Program in 1993. But I want to thank my NDP colleagues for pushing for a study of this financialization in the HUMA committee. I call on this government to take the real action needed to make housing a right, not a commodity.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, Homelessness Night is an event to raise awareness about homelessness, poverty, and social issues that more and more Quebecers are grappling with. The 33rd edition of the event is taking place tonight and will be celebrated in more than 21 municipalities across Quebec. This year's theme, No Roof Over Your Head, No Choice. Single mothers, people suffering from mental health problems, Indigenous people, seniors, in short, the most vulnerable members of our society find themselves on the street due to a lack of adequate support, including affordable, secure housing. I want to highlight the excellent work of the various people working with these vulnerable people, especially in Quebec, and to my friends in Longueuil. I accompany them with humanism and perseverance. Their work enables people to live in dignity, and I want to say a huge thank you to them for their dedication and their exceptional commitment to this mission. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Madam Speaker, yesterday recordings were released of the infamous April 28th phone call with RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki and her subordinates. We have been told that these recordings were destroyed, but a partial copy was found. In that recording, the Commissioner admits that she was working closely with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety to release confidential information on an active investigation into the Nova Scotia mass shooting. Earlier this summer, Commissioner Lucki testified to Parliament that, quote, she was not directed to publicly release information about weapons used by the perpetrator to help advance pending gun control legislation. The recordings contradict her testimony. In fact, she admitted that the minister's office requested her to release this information. She admitted that she needed to apologize to the Prime Minister and the minister because she failed to get this information released. Political interference into the RCMP investigation by this government and the Commissioner are unacceptable. It's time for accountability. When can we expect a resignation?
The Honourable Member for Brampton East.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to wish everyone celebrating in Brampton East and across Canada a very happy Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas. It's a time where South Asian communities come together to celebrate the victory of good over evil. During this time, friends and family come together to light diyas, gather for fireworks, visit local gurdwaras, mandirs, and temples to pray and seek blessings. During this time and many festivals throughout the year, organizations such as the Seva Food Bank, the Peel Regional Police, alongside local grocery stores, come together to support those most in need. A huge thanks to their teams for their dedication to serving our communities. My family and I look forward to being with the community at the local gurdwaras and the many events over the coming weeks. I know Ava and Maya are excited about the unlimited prashad, and we all enjoy the company of the community and connecting with neighbors during our visits. I ask everyone in this House to please join me in wishing everyone celebrating across Canada a very happy Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
On a entendu.
Yesterday, we heard the recording of a phone call. It revealed that the RCMP Commissioner was experiencing political pressure, not only from the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, but the Prime Minister himself. When it came to the inquiry in the largest mass shooting in Canada's history, 22 people were killed. It also contradicts statements made in the House from the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. Will he resign? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, please allow me to express again our most sincere condolences.
Act of violence insolable.
It was an odious act of violence. I am keeping all of the victims in mind. A clear principle of our democracy is that our government respects the law and did not interfere in a police investigation.
Of the opposition.
Well, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness said, quote, "At no point did our government pressure or interfere with the operational decisions of the RCMP, including their communication strategy. Yet, only 10 days after the biggest mass shooting in Canadian history, the Commissioner of the RCMP was recorded saying, 'It was a request that I got from the Minister's office.'" Ooh. Furthermore, she said she was waiting for a call from the Prime Minister so that she could apologize for not having released the information that the politicians wanted out. They wanted this information out so that they could advance their partisan agenda. Will they resign?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam President, the member opposite knows really well that one of the most fundamental principles of our democracy is that politicians do not interfere in police investigations or police operations. Let me be absolutely clear. We believe that that is a sacrosanct principle of our democracy, and at no moment ever our government has ever interfered in police investigation or police operation, nor we will ever do so. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And yet a recording from the Commissioner of the RCMP shows that that is exactly what they did. It was, quote, "It was a request that I got from the Minister's office." And I shared with the Minister that it was in fact going to be in the release, and it wasn't. I'm now sitting on a request in my phone that the Minister wants to speak with me. She says further, "I'm waiting for a call from the Prime Minister so that I can apologize." Wow. Apologize for not releasing sensitive investigative information to advance the Liberal Party's partisan agenda. With this revelation of falsehoods stated by this Minister in this House, will he resign?
Here, here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let me repeat once again, at no point did our government attempt to direct or otherwise interfere with police operations. Let me quote what Commissioner herself stated to testimony to parliamentarians, and I quote, "Let me be clear. I did not interfere in the investigation. I did not receive direction, and I was not influenced by government officials regarding the public release of information, and more importantly, on the direction of the investigation. I ensured that operational independence was maintained in all my interactions with government as I do today." This is a direct quote from the
L'Honorable Chef de l'Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Another quote in a recorded conversation. So she too has stated one thing here and the opposite there. Similarly, with the ArriveCan $54 million scandal, we see the government saying things that contradict the facts. They released a document to the House of Commons saying that Think On Inc. had received a $1.2 million contract for experimentation of mobile QR scanning. Yet the CEO said yesterday he never got any money. In fact, they don't even work in the field. So if his company didn't get the money, who did?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Matters. Obviously, the government ensures that contracts are handed to the highest standards. There are questions about this contract that are being looked at. Certainly, we want to make sure there are answers. But I will say, Madam Speaker, that what we did when the country was in a situation of crisis, when the opposition was calling for the border to be closed, is ensure that we brought forward an app that allowed the movement of people safely during that crisis. And that is something that worked and was extremely effective, Madam Speaker.
Here, here. L'Honorable Chef de l'Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Making somebody rich. We just don't yet know who. So the government released a document in the House of Commons saying that Think On Inc. got $1.2 million in ArriveCan contracts. Yesterday, the CEO said, "We have received no money from the CBSA. He further said, "We're not even remotely in that space." In other words, they don't even do the work that was paid for. So this company did not get the $1.2 million. Two questions. Who did get the money, and where is it now?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, CBSA is looking into this matter. They're aware of concerns with respect to the contract. I can assure the honourable member opposite that in all matters with respect to contracts that we adhere to the absolute highest standards and demand those standards in every interaction that the government interacts in. But again, I will point out, Madam Speaker, the imperative nature of the action that the ArriveCan app was able to facilitate. We were in a situation where the opposition was calling for the border to be closed. We wanted to make sure that Canadians Canadians could travel safely. We introduced an app that facilitated that in a time of crisis and made sure that Canadians could travel.
Honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Madame la Présidente, Radio-Canada révèle...
Madam Speaker, Radio-Canada revealed that the federal government launched a witch hunt for journalistic sources in order to punish a whistleblower. They want to find out who revealed that the federal government was appointing a unilingual Anglophone as CEO of the Museum of Canadian History. The government could have looked in the mirror and asked why it was still making unilingual Anglophone appointments, but no. Instead, they combed through emails and called 82 employees to find out who talked. How is it that the government is not bothered about making a unilingual Anglophone appointment, but that the public knows about it? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I will have her note that the president of the Federation of Journalists in Quebec declared during that interview that public officials can't use their work tools to disseminate confidential information. Obviously, we're working to move the French fact forward. I have worked in the past to make sure that culture is supported throughout Canada, especially in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, the Federation of Professional Journalists for Quebec is worried that Ottawa is dissuading whistleblowers when they should be protected. Canada has the worst whistleblower law in the world, according to the International Bar Association. It's 50th out of 50. That's why the Bloc Québécois introduced Bill C-90 to better protect public servants who come forward. Will the government support it instead of going on a whistleblower hunt, even a witch hunt, directed at its own employees? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Canada is one of the most transparent countries on the planet. You have only to look at the reports by Transparency International. We are one of the countries that makes the most room for journalists. We have very important processes when it comes to divulging information. We're proud of that, and we will continue to work to continue to be one of the best in the world. Thank you.
New Westminster.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. The lack of leadership of this Liberal government in health is putting the lives of children at risk. A disaster. That's what's happening in the emergency room at Saint-Justine Hospital in Montreal. Due to a lack of space, children have to wait in the corridors all alone before being treated. Health workers are overwhelmed. The quality of care is deteriorating, according to doctors. The Liberal government must act. It is urgent. When will the Liberals show leadership and finally invest the necessary funds in health to save lives now? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am very pleased to receive this question, and I thank the member for asking it. Our health workers are indeed experiencing a crisis throughout the entire country. They are tired. Many of them have left the profession. Many of them are ill. Many of them are thinking about leaving in the next months or years. This is a crisis that we have to admit exists. We have to treat it. We have to work with provinces and territories to do it. And that's why over the last several months, we have engaged in significant talks to do so. We will have more talks in the future, and we will work with all of our colleagues, including ministers of health throughout the country.
They need to start funding health care now. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians lost loved ones, and an entire community was devastated by a mass shooting. People deserve honest answers from this government. Yesterday, in recordings released by the Commission, it's clear that the former Minister of Public Safety and the RCMP Commissioner's stories don't add up. If the Liberal government interfered with an investigation into the worst mass shooting in Canadian history for their own political gain, Canadians need to know. So who is telling the truth, the Minister or the RCMP Commissioner?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to remind the member opposite again, and I'm sure he's aware of this most important principle in our democracy, which is that politicians do not interfere in police operations. They do not interfere in police investigations. That's a sacrosanct principle, Madam Speaker, that our government will always live by. At no point ever the minister or the government interfered in a matter of police operation or investigation, nor it will ever do so. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Madam Speaker, the newly released audio recordings of the RCMP Commissioner confirms that the Minister pressured the Commissioner to release sensitive information about the ongoing investigation into the worst mass killing in our history. By requesting this information be released to further the Liberal political agenda, the Minister politically interfered in the RCMP investigation and he misled a parliamentary committee about it. For this, the Minister must resign. Will he resign today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I will restate this really important principle because I think it's worth repeating, that in our democratic part of the system, politicians do not interfere in police operations or police investigations. At no point did our government instruct anyone to release any information because we would never violate the sacrosanct principle of interfering in a police investigation or police operation, as was the case in this circumstance.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
The former Minister of Public Safety misled a parliamentary committee on the record, Madam Speaker. He said he was not aware the Commissioner would release sensitive information, and he said he never asked her to reveal that information, but both claims are now proven to be completely misleading with the new audio recording. Worse yet, the Minister knew the release of this information would jeopardize the investigation into the worst mass killing in Canadian history, and this was all for Liberal political gain, Madam Speaker. He must resign today. Will he resign?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, at no point did our government attempt to direct or otherwise interfere the police operations that was taking place in that tragic incident that took place in Nova Scotia. And let me re-quote what the Commissioner said in a parliamentary committee on July 25th of this year. She stated, Speaker, let me be clear, I did not interfere in the investigation, I did not receive direction, and I was not influenced by government officials regarding the public release of information, and more importantly, on the direction of the investigation. I ensured that operational independence...
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Commissioner Lucky told the Nova Scotia RCMP that she wanted the details of the makes and the models of the weapons used in Canada's most deadly mass shooting released. Why? Because the minister pressured her to do so. We know they spoke about it. He knew it would jeopardize the investigation, but the minister had legislation coming, and this was part of a communications exercise for him. It was not about the investigation, the victims, or public safety. He played politics with a mass shooting investigation. What time today will he resign?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the independence of police operations is a key principle in our democracy and one that our government deeply respects. At no time did our government attempt to interfere in police operations. That has never taken place. It's a sacrosanct principle of our democracy, and we'll always live by it.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, in an accountable of an RCMP commissioner working with a minister to cover up the politicization of the biggest mass killing in Canadian history would result in immediate resignation. Not only did the minister mislead the House about knowing what we've all heard on tape, the minister was advised that releasing this information would jeopardize the investigation, and he asked for it to be done anyway. He put politics above the safety of Canadians and then covered it up. So what time today will he resign?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, what happened in Nova Scotia by way of that mass shooting is an absolute tragedy. Innocent people lost their lives. Our focus has been to ensure that through this inquiry,
Can we listen to the answers the same way we listen to the questions, please? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Our focus, Madam Speaker, has been through the inquiry to make sure that we learn the lessons from how to prevent such mass shootings ever to take place in any part of Canada. That investigation was led by the RCMP. The government did not interfere in that investigation, but because that is a fundamental principle of our democracy, politicians do not interfere with political police operations.
Honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Madame la Présidente, cette affaire est...
Madam Speaker, this is very serious. During this tragedy in Halifax, The government claims it never interfered in the process, and it's completely false. Yesterday, a recording was made public about a meeting that happened a few days after that situation where we clearly see that the government interfered. When the commissioner said, I flagged it because it was a request from the minister's office, and I told the minister that the information would be released, and then it wasn't. It was a request. I told the minister. When will the minister resign? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, the independence of police operations is part of our democracy. Our government has deep respect for this. At no point did our government try to interfere in the investigation. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. I will repeat. We got this information publicly yesterday. I flag it because it was a request I got from the minister's office, and I told the minister the information would be released, and then it wasn't. I told the minister. What did we find out? That the commissioner at the RCMP was waiting for the Prime Minister's call for what? To apologize. It has no place at all in a self-respecting democracy. When will the minister resign? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member in our democracy, politicians do not interfere in police operations or police investigations, as has been the case in this matter. We did not interfere in a police operation or police investigation. That has been confirmed by the commissioner herself when she testified before a parliamentary committee in July of this year, where she clearly said that she was not asked to direct the investigation, nor she was, and she worked hard to maintain the independence of that investigation.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
Madame la Présidente, l'occupation de camions.
Madam Speaker, the truckers' occupation of Ottawa dragged on because the federal government blocked any opportunity to intervene for 3 weeks. We knew that when the City of Ottawa asked for 1,800 police officers as reinforcements, the federal government did not respond. And then we also learned that the Mayor of Ottawa, Jim Wattens, asked the federal government several times to organize mediation. That was also refused. So for 3 weeks, no police reinforcements, no mediation, no progress. Why did the federal government block any possibility of intervention for 3 weeks while the population was held hostage? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I can tell you that the federal government was engaged in ensuring that we end the illegal occupation of Ottawa and the illegal closure of our borders as well. And we worked very closely with local police authorities, which were responsible to provide policing here in case of Ottawa, for instance, and by providing resources as they were needed. In the end of the day, we needed to invoke the Emergencies Act because things were not getting done, and the result is that the occupation did come to an end.
Bravo. The
Honourable Member for Joliette. No, not at all. Managing a crisis is a matter of hours or days, not 3 weeks. After 3 weeks of inaction, it was not the emergency measures that lifted the siege of Ottawa, it was the police. It was the 1,800 reinforcements, even 1,900 reinforcements that the City of Ottawa had been asking for the whole time. The second Ottawa got its reinforcements, an operation was launched, and not even 48 hours later, the streets of Ottawa were empty. It was the police who freed Ottawa from the siege. Why for 3 weeks did the federal government not ensure that the police were mobilized and coordinated? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I can tell you from first-hand experience, being the local member of Parliament for the area, that the occupation of downtown Ottawa was extremely distressing for the residents who live in the downtown core and for many businesses. The federal government worked extremely closely with the municipal government and the provincial counterparts in making sure that all the resources that were needed were provided for so that we can end that occupation as quickly as possible. We all wish that occupation would have not lasted for three weeks, and that's why we had to invoke the Emergencies Act to put an end to the occupation and to ensure that our borders are not blockade.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Yesterday, the Globe and Mail revealed that the Liberals are claiming millions in payments to vendors for their ArriveCan boondoggle that never actually happened. A $54 million app
with millions unaccounted for. Canadians are left wondering if there are more fake ArriveCan payments listed. First, it was Think On Inc. Then later in the day, Ernst & Young came forward to say this government is claiming false billing. So, does the minister, do these Liberals want to revise the figures that they signed off on?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, I answered this earlier. I'm happy to again. The CBSA is taking a look at the contract. They're aware that there are questions. The Government of Canada and this government in all contracts conducts itself to the highest standard and demands the highest standards in every contract that it enters into. But with respect to the ArriveCan app, I would point out that the members opposite wanted to close the border, didn't support the app, and frankly were not helpful during that period of time and constantly changing their positions. We ensured that people were able to enter the country and that goods and services were able to flow in a time of crisis. Madam Speaker, will continue to be there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
What Canadians don't find helpful is that these Liberals have no intention of telling the truth. So here are some facts for them. They said the app would cost $80,000. It ended up costing $54 million. Then CBSA and these Liberals, these ministers, signed off on payments, saying that companies like Think On and companies like Ernst & Young received payments from the government. These companies never received a dime. So money is missing. We have two questions for these Liberals. Who's lying and who got rich?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, here are the facts. During an unprecedented time when the country was being rocked by COVID, and we needed to be able to make sure that people, and they're saying it doesn't matter, it absolutely does matter, that people were able to cross the border, that we were able on an urgent basis to create a system that kept them safe and ensured that they were able to continue to have mobility. In every step of the pandemic, whether or not it's in supports or whether or not it's in mobility, we were there for Canadians. As crises occur, our government will respond and will always do so to the highest standard.
L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Madame la Présidente, agir urgemment.
Madam Speaker, acting urgently doesn't mean recklessly spending taxpayers' money. This government has gotten us used to doubting its integrity. After the ventilators of a former Liberal MP and the land at Roxham Road, it's the ArriveCan app which cost $54 million. Experts say they could have done it for $250,000. We're being laughed at. Even worse, the government gave $1.2 million to a business which says it did not receive any money. A simple question. Who did this government give the $1.2 million to? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. As I've already explained, the agency responsible for the contract understands full well that there are questions. In every situation, we will make sure that the government acts responsibly. We will answer questions and offer the oversight our system requires.
Honorable député de Lévis.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Madam Speaker, ArriveCan cost a fortune to Canadians, and it certainly does not work on the level of a $50 million that it cost. A good programmer could easily have done it for less than $250,000. Liberal incompetence cost $50 million again. Why is this Liberal government accumulating scandal after scandal? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Madame la Présidente, le député dans l'autre côté.
Madam Speaker, the member on the other side asked a question in an interesting way, and I will answer directly. That this situation was extremely difficult for a country. And it's not just a matter of the cost of the software. It was a matter of building an application around the software, which was very important. It was essential at that time for the government to act quickly and effectively. And that's what we did.
Honourable Member for North Island, Paul River.
Madam Speaker, hospital emergency rooms in Port Hardy, Alert Bay, and Port McNeill have been closing repeatedly for the past few months because there isn't enough staff to keep them open. Residents of the North Island are extremely concerned that the emergency rooms are not there when they need them. Underfunding of healthcare by both Conservative and Liberal governments have left rural communities behind. Will this government provide significant, stable, and long-term funding for healthcare and address this crisis?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we're obviously very focused and very mindful of these very severe difficulties that healthcare workers across the country, including in the members' riding, have been facing for a long time, and exacerbated obviously during COVID-19. That's why we're going to work together to continue to do that with increased funds.
May I interrupt the Honourable Minister? Do we want to listen to the answer for the Minister? The Minister is answering and trying to provide an answer to the question. If we keep being interrupted, I'll skip over the next question. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the member wants to hear the answer because she's very focused on the problems in her riding, and I congratulate her for that. And that's why over the last few weeks and months we've been investing increased resources through a $2 billion additional investment to reduce backlogs, another $1 billion to support healthcare workers in long-term care settings, and I could add more.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, people in Canada don't need more talk. This week, media reported that the emergency wait times at Edmonton Stollery Children's Hospital has reached 17 hours. Wow. One ER doctor revealed that patients are dying in the waiting room. It's unacceptable that the Liberals avoid taking any responsibility for this crisis. They are standing by while Conservative premiers are underfunding the healthcare system the Canadians need. And to make things worse, in Alberta, Daniel Smith is musing about scrapping public health care in our province. Wow. Canadians' lives are at risk. When is the government going to take action?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And all Canadians, and certainly Albertans, need and deserve the support of the federal government, including in supporting healthcare workers in Alberta and across Canada. We are obviously very mindful of the pressures and the intentions and sometimes the actions around privatizing our healthcare system. Canadians want to have access to the Canada public healthcare system in a manner which is supportive of the principles of accessibility, affordability, universality, and all of those principles that all Canadians, including Albertans, want us to support together.
Honourable Member for the Northwest Territories.
Madam Speaker, everyone in Canada should have access to safe, clean drinking water. Could the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada update this House on the recent progress?
The Honourable Member, can we let the member ask the question without commentary? The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Madam Speaker, everyone in Canada should have access to safe, clean drinking water. Could the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada update this House on the recent progress that has been made in lifting long-term drinking water advisories in First Nations communities? Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Northwest Territories for his advocacy and hard work. Madam Speaker, just last week, Sashago Lake lifted their long-term boil water advisory, and this is a testament to their dedication and their hard work, and of course our commitment. Since 2015, 136 boil water advisories have been lifted. Madam Speaker, there are 31 more to go, each with its own project team and plan. And Madam Speaker, we will not rest till we lift those water advisories. This is important to all Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness repeatedly told this House that, quote, at no point did our government pressure or interfere in the operational decisions of the RCMP, including their communications strategy. Audio recordings of Commissioner Lucki state, quote, it was the request that I got from the Minister's office, and I shared with the Minister that it was going to be in the news release, and it wasn't. The Minister directly interfered in an RCMP investigation for the purpose of advancing their political agenda. When will the Minister resign for misleading Parliament?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the members opposite can ask the same question as many different ways as possible. The answer remains the same, that in our democracy, one of the fundamental principles is that the government does not interfere in any police operation or police investigation.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Madam Speaker, Commissioner Lucky told Parliament that, quote, she was not directed to publicly release information about weapons used to help advance pending gun control legislation. But we now have audio recordings where the Commissioner states, quote, does anyone know what's going on with the world of guns? They're trying to get legislation going. The Commissioner pressured her subordinates under direction from the Minister to advance the government's political agenda. In her own words, quote, she didn't come through for the Minister. The Commissioner misled Parliament. When will the government demand her resignation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I do want to again stress the fact that the Commissioner testified to parliamentarians at a committee in July where she said that I did not receive direction and I was not influenced by government officials regarding the public release of information. Speaker, she's stating exactly the practice, which is politicians do not interfere in police operation or police investigations. Our government abides by that really important principle, and at no time did the government interfere in a police investigation.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Costly Coalition with the NDP is making life more expensive for all Canadians. People in British Columbia are deeply concerned about the rapid rise in the cost of living and now about the cost of home heating fuels. Madam Speaker, the last thing Canadians need is more inflationary taxation at this time. Will the Liberal government cancel their plans to triple taxes on home heating this winter?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, the Leader of the official opposition, quote, said that countries that are running higher inflation than Canada are, quote, dumb. And that list includes the U.S., Italy, Germany, Sweden, Denmark, and the entire Eurozone. Look, right now, when we're in a time of global crisis, when people are finding things hard, it doesn't matter that Canada has one of the lowest inflation rates in the world. We have to do everything that we can to help Canadians. And that's why I asked the member opposite why they won't support dental care for families that need that support. Why won't they support help for those who are low income, who are renting? Why do they refuse to support it? Worse, Madam Speaker, why do they not even let it pass through the House?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The government is making life more expensive for everyone. I've heard from seniors living on a fixed income who are struggling to put food on the table. I received an email from a constituent concerned that the prices at a local grocery store are skyrocketing, but the portions are being decreased. Winter is coming and homes need to be kept warm. Canadians are cash-strapped. Will the Liberal government give Canadians a break and cancel their triple taxes on home heating this winter?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, what I find most unfortunate, that in a time of global turmoil, when people across the world are facing the impacts of not only inflation, but of climate change, that the government, the government which is taking action faces an opposition in the Conservatives that is raising anxiety, that is trying to amplify people's anxiety instead of providing solutions. And what are their solutions? To take something that they know gives more money back than it takes to fight climate change, and then to stand up against dental care for those families that need it, to stand against support for low-income families that are renting. Madam Speaker, that is not responsible.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. With the new pro-oil and gas policy Canada announced in Washington, things are shaping up for the Prime Minister to be named the oil patch's bestie once again. Yes, just like in March 2017 when the oil companies invited the Prime Minister to Texas to give him the prestigious Global Energy Leadership Award. Shell, BP, ExxonMobil, all the big oil companies were head over heels. This was their man. 5 years later, with Canada's new policy announcement in Washington, does the minister think his leader is way out in front to win the award again this year? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to announce to my colleague that the Prime Minister of Canada was named Man of the Year by the National Geographic magazine for all the work Canada is doing on protecting nature. This is not a random thing. If the UN turned towards us to organize the next UN conference on protecting biodiversity. It was supposed to happen in China, but when that was canceled, they turned to Canada because we're the ones doing the most to protect biodiversity and to fight climate change. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. So China and Canada, that makes for strange comparisons. Canada's announcement in Washington reminds us that Canada has not been praised abroad for its fight against climate change, but the Prime Minister did get an award from the oil patch. Equiterre and the Sierra Club have sued the Minister of the Environment for approving Bay du Nord. The Deputy Prime Minister told the whole world Canada was going to fast-track oil and gas projects, even at the risk of losing some political capital. With this government, should we believe what we see or what we hear? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to remind my colleague that in the last year alone, $15 billion was invested in electric batteries and vehicles in many projects, and many of those in Quebec. And when there was a recent announcement that chose Canada for a wind project. We are making a green transition. We're investing hundreds of billions of dollars in the energy transition in Canada. Thank you.
Speaker, Canada is experiencing an affordability crisis where 60% of Canadians are struggling to put food on the table. 20% of Canadians are dependent on food banks. Food inflation recently hit a 40-year high at 11.4%. Bread is up 22%. Cereal 17.9%. Baked goods 14%. The cause of this inflation, Madam Speaker, hundreds of billions of dollars of reckless spending, most of which was not related to COVID. Madam Speaker, when will this Liberal government finally abandon its irresponsible policies of tax and spend and let Canadians have a full belly when they go to bed tonight?
Madam Speaker, what's responsible is pretending that a global problem that we have to take seriously is a problem that just exists in Canada. They might as well promise that the wind will stop blowing at our coastal borders if they were in government. The reality is we face global challenges just like every other country, and that it doesn't matter that we have one of the lowest rates. We need to take action. We need to provide support. It doesn't matter that we've lifted 2.7 million people out of poverty in the last 5 years. We have to do more. It doesn't matter that we have done this House has adopted legislation to help those that are in need $500 with GST credit. Where are they on dental? Where are they on health?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Madam Speaker, what does matter is the more this government spends, the more things cost. I would say that this government has spent like a drunken sailor, but quite frankly, that would bring intoxicated mariners into disrepute. After a wild bender of spending, this government has got up in a ditch and said, "We see the light of fiscal restraints." Madam Speaker, excuse my incredulity, but I'm sure that millions of Canadians share my skepticism. Will this government reassure Canadians and fully commit to the Leader of the Opposition's plan and legislate pay-as-you-go?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, who called the U.S., Italy, Germany, Sweden, Denmark, and the entire Eurozone dumb because they have higher inflation rates than we do. What is the action that he was taking while these quote-unquote dumb governments were attempting to deal with global inflation? He was recommending that people invest in Bitcoin, that they take their precious savings and they invest in Bitcoin. Madam Speaker, those people would have lost absolutely everything. Now, I'm quite sure that international leaders have more tact and dignity to share their opinions about the Leader of the official opposition.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, the Prime Minister and his costly coalition with the NDP is making life more expensive for Canadians. Media reports that Canadians who pay for natural gas or electricity can expect their bills to go up by 50%, 100%, even 300% this winter. Now, I don't know about you, but everybody I know uses electricity and they need to heat their family home. Let me be clear, warmth during a Canadian winter is not a luxury. Will the government cancel their plans to triple taxes on home heating?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Just like like the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, believe that inflation is something that can just stop at the Canadian borders and we won't be affected by it, they also believe that climate change, and they're saying that we caused it, right? This is how ridiculous and preposterous their positions are. This is also their position on climate change. They want to pretend that climate change isn't going to cost tens and hundreds of billions of dollars. In fact, over the next 100 years, perhaps trillions of dollars. We just watched what happened in Atlantic Canada. We just watched what happened in Fiona. We need to take responsible leadership to protect this planet and at the same time make sure life is more affordable for Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
Madam Speaker, it's Small Business Week. A chance to celebrate the contributions of Canadian small businesses as pillars of our economy and our communities. To help them thrive, we need to reduce the burden of regulations that are no longer necessary. Can the President of the Treasury Board provide an update on Bill S6 and how it will help Canadian businesses? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Saint Laurent for her question and her advocacy in her community. Madam Speaker, the annual bills to modernize regulations are a key part of our work to improve the efficiency, especially when it comes to climate change, health and safety, and seniors. Bill S6 makes 40 changes to reduce the red tape and burden on companies and simplify regulatory processes. I hope all parties in the House will contribute to facilitating the task. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, food banks can no longer meet the demand in my riding and all across Canada. Mr. Boutin from La Source in Beauce confirms that the demand is skyrocketing and winter isn't even here yet. The impact of inflation is already being felt, especially for young families and seniors, with high grocery prices and rising interest rates. A recession is on our doorstep. Madam Speaker, we want a real answer. When is this government going to suspend all new taxes? Enough's enough. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to reassure my colleague the federal price on pollution does not apply in Quebec because Quebec has its own cap-and-trade system. It works totally differently from the carbon tax. Quebec's emissions are going down thanks to the cap, not because of the tax. So there will be no increase in Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Madam Speaker, this government ballooned our debt by over $100 billion even before COVID, then by $500 billion during COVID, of which $200 billion had absolutely zero to do with the pandemic. But now the finance minister has seen the light, taken the advice of our leader, and has brought in a pay-as-you-go policy. Canadians know they can't trust this finance minister and this costly coalition with the NDP when it comes to fiscal responsibility. Isn't that right, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, the finance minister has been seeing the light all through this crisis while the leader of the opposition was in the darkest corners of the internet searching for solutions on Bitcoin and recommending such things. We've actually been driving economic growth. In fact, it doesn't, I think that I would point out that it was 3.3% growth in the second quarter for Canada. France was 2.2, Germany 0.6, UK 0.9, US was actually negative 0.6. I would also point out, Madam Speaker, that we have seen a growth of 400,000 jobs since the lowest point, or since where we were before the pandemic began, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, the PS to the Minister for Public Safety said the following respecting the placement of defibrillators in RCMP vehicles, which would save 300 lives per year, and I quote, "If the honourable member had a private company that wanted to donate AEDs to all RCMP vehicles, I would be happy to work with him on that," end quote. My question, in the event that one or more outside parties agrees to pay the necessary $10 million, will the government finally place AEDs in all RCMP cruisers, as I've been asking them to do for the past 6 years?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
As a former executive director of the Heart and Stroke Foundation, I could not agree more with the thrust and the intent of the member's question, which is AEDs save lives. I would encourage everybody to get trained in CPR and make sure they know how to use AEDs. The government continues to look at how we can support public health efforts across the country to make sure that that knowledge about defibrillators, knowledge about CPR and AEDs, and that as the government has supported the placement of AEDs, can look for ways to do so in the future. And I thank the member for his question.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Madam Speaker, our government has been there for Atlantic Canadians every step of the way as we recover from hurricane devastation of Hurricane Fiona. Small craft harbours are the lifeblood of the economy for communities across Atlantic Canada. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans share with the House how our government will continue to be there for fish harvesters and Atlantic Canadians?
Sure.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Avalon for his question and for his leadership and hard work. I've had the chance to see the damage from Fiona's destructive powers firsthand, and I heard just how critical our small craft harbors are for people and their communities and economies. So that's why I announced $100 million of federal support for immediate work to clean up harbors and to recover lost fishing gear. Mr. Speaker, DFO officials are working hard to make sure that harbors are operational when fishing seasons begin, and we will not stop until the job is done.
Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Madam Speaker, I hosted a housing town hall in my community of Edmonton Griesbach last week, and my constituents told me that big real estate companies are buying up their homes, treating the housing market like a stock market, all while evicting regular working Canadians. This Liberal government has done nothing to close the tax loopholes these investors have saved a combined $1.5 billion of money from taxpayers in my community. Edmontonians are losing their homes. On the other hand, we have Conservatives who continue to buddy up with big corporations with no end in sight. When will this government act to stop rent evictions and
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that speculative investments in real estate are contributing to pushing housing prices higher. That's why we've legislated an annual 1% tax on the value of non-resident, non-Canadian-owned residential real estate and a 2-year ban on foreign investments in Canadian residential properties. We've also committed to reviewing the tax treatment of real estate investment trusts. We are committed to making housing affordable by doing our part to tackle the financialization of housing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, a report by economist Ross McKittrick has exposed the true cost of the government's clean fuel standard. This second carbon tax will increase per household energy costs up to 6.5% a year. That's an extra tax of $1,277 annually. With food inflation at 11.4% and families struggling to afford basic necessities, the government is going to make things worse, a lot worse. Madam Speaker, the government says this tax will reduce Canada's carbon intensity footprint. Will they admit it will be minimal at best and achieved on the backs of Canadians working in the bleak economy predicted by the Finance Minister?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the last 3 years, we've had the most costly forest fires in the history of Canada, the most costly floodings in the history of Canada, and now the most costly tropical storm in the history of Canada. Climate change is costing Canadians billions of dollars, and this is just a beginning unless we act. And unfortunately, the Conservative Party have no plan whatsoever. In fact, they want to make pollution free and they want to pay polluters to pay even more. Not on this side of the House, Madam Speaker. We will work to fight climate change and we will work to support Canadians. Thank you.
That is all the time for oral questions. I believe the honourable member for Regina Capel is rising on this point of order. Question of...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am rising on a question of privilege today concerning misleading comments made in this House by the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. In late June, it came to light in evidence presented at the Mass Casualty Commission that the Liberal government was heavily involved in the RCMP's communications about the April 2020 Nova Scotia tragedy, which, as things would turn out, was followed mere days by a firearms announcement by the Prime Minister on May 1st, 2020. That involvement came to a head in a hastily arranged teleconference between RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki, other top brass at RCMP headquarters, and several Nova Scotia RCMP members, where those Nova Scotia officials were called out on the carpet. Contemporaneous notes of that teleconference taken by Superintendent Darren Campbell, well trained in documenting conversations as any veteran police officer would be, recorded that Commissioner Lucki spoke about a promise she had made to the minister and had linked its importance to that forthcoming Order in Council announcement. Understandably, the former Minister of Public Safety was vigorously questioned about those events here in the House. On June 21st, he said, at page 7094 of the debates, quote, "No direction on any operational matter was given to the Commissioner of the RCMP by me or any member of this government," end quote. The following day, the minister said at page 7140 of the debates, quote, "At no point did our government pressure or interfere with the operational decisions of the RCMP, including their communications strategy," end quote. Then on the last day of the spring sitting, June 23rd, he added at page 7242 of the debates, quote, "Neither the Prime Minister's office nor the Minister of Public Safety's office had any role in interfering or pressuring the RCMP to make any operational decisions with respect to RCMP communications around the investigation," end quote. The Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security and the Mass Casualty Commission itself heard from several witnesses over the summer months about their recollections of that teleconference. For his part, the minister doubled down on his own position, saying unequivocally at the committee on July 25th, at page 1 of the evidence, quote, "I did not ask them to release any specific information, nor did I receive a promise for them to do so," end quote. Later in the meeting at page 5 of the evidence, the minister reiterated, quote, "I did not ask her to release that information. It wasn't required," end quote. In other evidence at the committee and commission, we heard Commissioner Lucki's claim that the minister's chief of staff was curious whether the types of firearms involved would be named in a press conference, and in turn the RCMP commissioner dutifully inquired whether that would be the case. She asserts she was so informed and passed the information back. When it didn't come to pass, we are supposed to believe that she felt embarrassed for having given the minister wrong information and convened the teleconference with senior Nova Scotia RCMP officials to address the miscommunication. Subsequently, it was revealed that this conference call had been recorded by Dan Bryan, an issues management advisor with the RCMP and a former longtime Liberal staffer, including serving as communications director to the previous public safety minister, Ralph Goodale. Lo and behold, those recordings had gone missing. Nonetheless, they were recovered somehow. Just yesterday, the recordings of this conversation and transcripts of them were published by the Mass Casualty Commission. That has shed a much brighter light on the infamous April 28, 2020 teleconference. In the transcript titled Audio File 3 of 3, recorded 2020-04-28 at 8:48:57 p.m., the Commissioner is quoted at lines 15 to 17 on page 1 as saying, quote, "The little one line that I needed to be put into Darren's speaking notes, how did it get to me that that one line was going to be in his speaking notes, and it wasn't?" Keywords there, Madam Speaker, are one line that I needed to be put in. It's pertinent because, as we know, the claim had been made that innocent questions had been asked by or on behalf of the minister. In fact, the Commissioner offered this explanation of the minister's interest in this issue in the following exchange with the Liberal member for Fleetwood Port Kells at page 24 of the evidence for the Public Safety Committee's July 25th meeting. Quote, this is the question. "A critical piece here is when the question was asked. Was the question asked if it would be disclosed, or did they ask for it to be disclosed?" Commissioner Brenda Lucki responds, "To my recollection, like I said at the very beginning, it's if the weapons information would be included," end quote. Now, clearly it wasn't mere curiosity whether the guns would be named. It was a line the Commissioner needed to be put in, to use her own words. But was it at her own behest or on behalf of someone higher up, Madam Speaker. You must recall that the minister told the House on June 23rd that the government had not played, quote, any role with respect to RCMP communications. Now, turning back to the transcript, I would refer the chair to lines 19 and 20 on page 2. Quote, yet I got hit again, not being able to come through for the minister on the simplest of requests, end quote. Now, lest you might think it's ambiguous from that question whether the commissioner may have been meaning simply to do a big favor for the minister, but this next quote should leave the House with no doubt. I would now cite the transcript titled Audio File 1 of 3, recorded 2020-04-28 at 8:34 p.m. at lines 11 and 12 on page 1. We read the commissioner saying, quote, flew it up the flagpole because it was a request that I got from the minister's office. There we have it, Madam Speaker. The request came from the minister's office. But what was that request? That one line the commissioner needed to have added, you might ask. It was to pre-position, as communications folks would say, for the May 1st, 2020 Liberal firearms announcement. Referring to the transcript title Audio File 2 of 3, recorded on 2020-04-28 at 8:42 p.m., we read at lines 10 to 15 on page 2, quote, does anybody realize what's going on in the world of handguns and guns right now? The fact that they're in the middle of trying to get legislation going is the key point. That is the quote from that testimony, Madam Speaker, and I'll just read it again very quickly. Does anybody realize what's going on in the world of handguns and guns right now? The fact that they're in the middle of trying to get legislation going. There is the direct link between the government's partisan political agenda and the interference in an active investigation into a tragic shooting that left 22 innocent Canadians dead. The RCMP on the ground had reason not to release that information. The government is putting political pressure on those officers to release that information, which could have jeopardized their ongoing efforts to track the events that led to the tragic shooting. This June, Madam Speaker, the minister asserted that there was no direction, interference, or pressure. If the minister were to come down to the House and say that what I just quoted to you doesn't add up to that, the next quotations I will offer should remove any ambiguity about the nature or tone of that so-called request from the minister's office. Recall that at the July 25th Public Safety Committee meeting, the commissioner tried to brush off the urgency of these details coming out, answering the Liberal member for Fleetwood Port Kells when he asked why it was important that this information be released at page 25 of the evidence. Quote, it wasn't important whether or not it was released, end quote. The commissioner may have been on message with the minister's own committee statement, but the teleconference recording would prove them both wrong. At lines 31 to 33 of page 2 of the transcript of Audio File 3, Commissioner Lucky is documented saying, quote, I already have a request sitting in my phone that the minister wants to speak with me, and I know exactly what it's going to be about. And I can't even, there's not much I can say except that once again, I dropped the ball. So that's going to be the fourth time I'm going to say to him, end quote. Yet she had already made one apology to the minister about her dropping the ball on pre-positioning for the Liberal gun announcement. At lines 39 to 41 of page 1 of the transcript of Audio File 1, the RCMP commissioner says, and I quote, it's pretty difficult when you have to tell. I have apologized to the minister. I'm waiting for the Prime Minister to call me so I can apologize, end quote. Apologize for what? For not including that information that the Liberal government decided would help them in a partisan way, despite the impact it may have on an ongoing police investigation. Turns out that it was very, very important that the firearms information be released, Madam Speaker, despite what both the minister and the commissioner told the committee. Let me put all these pieces together into one succinct summary. The RCMP commissioner is now on tape saying that she needed a line to be put in press conference remarks about an RCMP investigation in order to be able to, quote, come through for the minister on, quote, the simplest of requests to accommodate information relevant to soon-to-be-announced firearms laws. Not having succeeded and not being satisfied with one apology, the minister was on the line looking for accountability because the commissioner had dropped the ball. The minister's comments to the House in June simply do not hold water. There is no other way to put it. He has misled this House, and he and the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have both misled the Public Safety Committee. Now, it is a well-established principle here that to make out a prima facie case of privilege in relation to a claim of misleading the House, 3 elements must be established. Firstly, it must be proven that the statement was misleading. Well, the recordings and the transcripts taken in their entirety baldly contradict the minister's own assertions on the floor of the House in June. Secondly, it must be established that the member making the statement knew it to be misleading. Well, the RCMP commissioner herself said in these recordings that the minister had asked to speak to her and, quote, "I know exactly what it's going to be about," end quote. And we know exactly what it was about, Madam Speaker. Thirdly, the misleading statement must have been offered with the intention to mislead the House. In June, when the revelations about this conference call first broke, the minister was under a political firestorm here in the House. He was in full-on damage control mode. In the circumstances, there is no other way to view his comments other than as an attempt to be a wet blanket to smother yet another political scandal of this Liberal government interfering in investigations, in police investigations, criminal investigations for political advantage. It is my respectful submission, Madam Speaker, that the 3-part test concerning misleading the House has been satisfied. As Mr. Speaker Milliken ruled on February 1st, 2002 at page 8581 of the debates, quote, "I believe that both the minister and the honourable members recognize that two versions of events have been presented to the House. On the basis of the arguments presented by honourable members and in view of the gravity of the matter, I have concluded that the situation before us where the House is left with 2 versions of events is one that merits further consideration by an appropriate committee, if only to clear the air," end quote. The air here certainly needs to be cleared, Mr. Speaker. The stench must be purged, even if the minister heeds Conservative calls to resign. Finally, before concluding, there is one potential hurdle the Liberals might try to identify, which I want to address up front, and that is that the Mass Casualty Commission's recordings and transcripts have not yet been formally placed before the House. However, I would refer you to the decision of Mr. Speaker Jerome on December 6, 1978, at page 1856 of the debates, where a prima facie case of privilege was established in relation to misleading information on the strength of evidence which was given before the Royal Commission of Inquiry into certain activities of the RCMP, also known as the MacDonald Commission. Today's circumstances are frankly no different. In both cases, we have evidence from an RCMP commissioner given to a Royal Commission established under the Inquiries Act, which contradicts the information which is before the House. Just as Mr. Speaker Jerome was prepared to find a prima facie case of privilege then, I believe that you too can and must find one in the present circumstances to allow the House to address the misleading claims of the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. And I would just remind you, Mr. Speaker, and remind all honourable members, we are not expecting the Speaker himself to make this determination. We're not expecting the Speaker himself to rule unilaterally that the Minister is in contempt of the House or that the Minister deliberately misled the House. All we are asking the Speaker to do is to allow the House to come to that decision, to make its own decision on this issue. The role of the Speaker is not to make this determination all on his own. The role of the Speaker is to decide whether or not this rises to the level of allowing the House to study the matter and the House itself to pronounce on whether or not the Minister is in contempt or has deliberately misled the House. And the gravity of this situation should not be forgotten, Mr. Speaker. We're not simply pointing out a time when the minister was caught up with a contradiction about a minor issue or got some details wrong. We're talking about the allegations that in the middle of an ongoing investigation, mere days after a tragic shooting, that this government was putting political pressure on the RCMP communications around the issue. The RCMP officers who were conducting the investigation felt that releasing the specific information around the firearms that were used in the shooting could jeopardize their ability to find out where these firearms came from or other details around the case. It was their discretion, their expertise, that led them to the conclusion that they should not divulge that information at that time in the investigation. For their own partisan political purposes, the government broke all bounds of decency and violated that independence between the executive branch of government and our national police force, all for their political gain. That's why this situation rises to the level of justifying a finding of, at least at first glance, a breach of privilege. And should you find that we are correct in this assertion, Mr. Speaker, I would be prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you.
I would thank you to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for raising this. The Presidency will study this, or rather the Speakership will study this. I now give the floor.
And we'll have the opportunity to peruse what the member has put on the record, and we'll get back to the Speaker at a timely fashion. Thank you.
On the same subject, I imagine the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations for your appointment. For the New Democrats, this is an important subject. I'd like to look at the Hansard, and if we can't do it in the next 2 hours, I would like to come back to this at the next sitting of the House of Commons. Thank you.
C'est bien noté.
It is noted. Thank you. We will now move on. Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Tabling of government bills.
Déclaration de
statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de
introduction of private members' bills.
Première.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it is an honour to rise in this place and present petitions from concerned Canadians about a whole host of issues. And in particular, I am pleased to once again stand and address something that I think takes special relevance to be presented at this point in time because of the recent revelations associated with the Communist Party of China and their conference that's been taking place, where certainly there's very concerning things, and certainly I've heard from constituents about that. Mr. Speaker, specifically, the petition that I once again have the honor to table in the House today specifically draws attention to this place about the genocide taking place against the Uyghur peoples in the People's Republic of China. So without going into too much of the preamble, I would simply call the petitioners call the attention of the House of Commons to take the following actions to address this very important situation. And that is, one, formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and two, use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, known as the Magnitsky Act, and sanction those who are responsible for the heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur people. Mr. Speaker, it is of the utmost importance that Canada stand with those peoples who are being persecuted, specifically when it comes to ethnic and religious minorities that are facing persecution. So it is an honor to stand in this place and on behalf of many Canadians who wish to draw attention to the House of Commons this very, very important issue.
I thank the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To present a petition from Canadians who have pointed out that the impacts of climate change are accelerating in Canada, that Canadian greenhouse gas reduction targets are inadequate, and the efforts of this government are inadequate, and that the subsidizing fossil fuel production is not compatible with the stated goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, the petitioners ask that the government undertake a just transition off of fossil fuel that leaves no one behind, eliminates federal fossil fuel subsidies, and halts the expansion of fossil fuel production in Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, The Honourable Member for Edmonton Greensback.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have two petitions to present on behalf of Canadians. One petition is in regards to ensuring that we acknowledge that the Indian government's discriminatory anti-minority laws, the rising threat of genocide against Muslims, and the prosecution of Christians, Dalits, and other minorities in India. Additionally, they want to include human rights experts in all trade and bilateral agreements with India to safeguard the freedom, justice, and human rights of prosecuted minorities there. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to also table a petition on behalf of parents and individuals in Alberta who are concerned about an incident that took place on April 2010, where the superintendent and the board of an Alberta school division moved to permanently ban Métis students from attending nearby Alberta public schools. These families and their children have faced immense levels of barriers since this time, including inability to graduate from high school, in addition to collateral damages related to their mental health and well-being. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions to the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, as you likely are aware, there is a significant petition campaign that's ongoing, literally collecting thousands and thousands of petitioners. Many members of Parliament have been bringing it forward. It's all in regards to the illegal and unethical harvesting of organs. And just to quote to one of the whereases, in recognizing I would suggest the Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline which consists of meditation, exercise, moral teachings based on principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. And people of that faith and others that are engaged in signing this petition, asking parliamentarians to do what they can, which would also include things such as supporting a private member's bill dealing with the issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Question inscrite au feuilleton.
Questions on the order paper.
Secrétaire parlementaire du.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government.
I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Resuming debate.
Order du gouvernement, projet de l'amendement.
Government orders.
Second reading of Bill C9, an act to amend the Judges Act.
Bon, je remercie.
Thank you.
Désolé pour l'erreur.
Sorry for the mistake.
On était à la reprise du débat.
We were at resuming debate. There were 5 minutes remaining for questions and comments for the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot. Questions. The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We're today talking about the Judges Act, C9. Very important principle in Western democracy is judicial independence, the independence of the criminal justice system in Canada. And today we're hearing shocking news that this government is willing to interfere in an independent police investigation. I wonder if my colleague could comment on the importance of judicial independence. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Battle River, Crawford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. And I, like I'm sure many in this House, and I hope many from all parties in this House, are disappointed and disgusted that the evidence that has been found regarding the Mass Casualty Commission has demonstrated that somebody was lying. And as we talk about a Bill C9 that has to do with restoring some confidence in our judicial process, Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely fundamental that this place acknowledge that it is not acceptable for there to be that judicial interference. And what's worse, Mr. Speaker, is that this is not the first time this Prime Minister and this Liberal government has been caught doing so. We think back to a number of examples that that include Jody Wilson Raybould, the former Attorney General and Justice Administrator, not bending her will to that of the Prime Minister, and a number of other examples, to the point where most recently using the largest mass shooting in Canadian history for them to forward their narrow political interests. Mr. Speaker, judicial independence is fundamentally important, but so is accountability when it comes to leaders who would put those principles at risk in our democratic system. So, Mr. Speaker, I share the concern that my colleague from Langley Aldergrove has, that we are seeing something incredibly disturbing. And disturbing, I don't even think, is a strong enough word when it comes to the erosion of trust that is taking place in our institutions. And we need to all work together in this place, including the Minister of Public Safety, the current and the former. There has to be work done to ensure that the trust is restored, because, Mr. Speaker, I hear it often from constituents who say they simply cannot trust our institutions. They are losing not just faith in this Prime Minister, because, to be honest, I don't think any of my constituents, or certainly not very many, have ever had much trust or faith in the Liberal Party or this Liberal government. But, Mr. Speaker, what is most incredibly disappointing is that we are seeing, and I'm hearing from many Canadians, that are losing trust in the very institutions of our nation. And I think we can look at many examples where this Liberal government has directly contributed to that, and that has to change.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how relevant that would have been, but given the member wants to talk about the importance of judicial independence, let's take a look at what the Judicial Council, and I posed this to the member before, the Judicial Council is wanting to see this legislation passed. There was a high sense of disappointment. Now, as opposed to trying to go back to 18 months ago or 2 years ago and saying this and this and but this and but this and but that, why won't the Conservative Party today acknowledge that the reason why it's not going to committee is because the Conservative Party has made the decision to continue the ongoing debate? So when the member talks about the independence of the judicial system, maybe he could lend some credibility to that statement by acknowledging, let's let the bill go to committee. It's not limiting debate. There's still going to be a lot more debate to come.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot in 50 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I find it ironic that he said he doesn't want me to talk about 18 months ago, because when the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill would have been passed probably about 12 months ago, had it not been for that Prime Minister going against his word and his public commitment to call an election. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have seen numerous examples where when something gets fast-tracked in this place, when the government denies the opportunity for members to meaningfully engage on a subject, and not just regarding bills related to the Judges Act, but a whole host of other issues, if we don't have the thoughtful, fulsome debate in this place, and when things get sent to committee and they do the good work and it come back, and of course likewise in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, if that's not done here, there are mistakes that get made, and then that ends up delaying the process even further. So I'm sorry that it offends the Liberals that we're simply doing our jobs.
Resuming debate. Virtually, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to present today on Bill C9 and to follow comments by my friend from Battle River Crowfoot.
I do want to begin by just kind of entering this debate midstream and responding to some of the comments that I was hearing in the questions and comments period immediately prior to my speech, before shifting from that into some of the other comments that I wanted to make specifically about this legislation. A favorite subject of the member for Winnipeg North is legislative timing and the processes of the House. And I must confess it's a subject I enjoy engaging in dialogue about as well. But I do think he's always selective in his presentation of the story when it comes to the timing or the process of legislation. And there are a number of different aspects of that. In particular, he's essentially telling my colleague that we shouldn't be debating this bill because he wants the bill to move forward at a certain timeline. But it's important for everybody listening to know that it is the sole prerogative of the government to schedule the legislation they are moving forward for debate in the time slots that they have for presenting it, which is the vast majority of the parliamentary calendar. The government needs to set aside some time for opposition days, where opposition members or opposition parties put forward motions. The government. There's the possibility for members to move concurrence of committee reports, but those are quite constrained in terms of time that those debates take. So there are some opportunities, and then there's of course private members' business. So there's some opportunities that outside of the government legislation or policy or motions can be put forward for debate in the House. But the vast majority of the time is available to the government to schedule at their sole discretion. And it's then the government that makes decisions about which bills are priorities for them, which bills are going to put forward. And if they want a bill to advance, then I think they have an obligation to schedule it for enough days of debate so that debate can be brought to a conclusion. And that principle applies for Bill C-9 as it does for any other bill. But what we often see the government doing is they fail to prioritize a bill within their own allocation of time, and then they sort of act mystified about the fact that it's not moving based on some artificial timeline that they have set. We saw this with Bill C-22, where the government scheduled it for one day of debate, did not schedule it for weeks afterwards, and said, "Well, why isn't this bill moving forward?" And of course, a debate concluded the next time they scheduled it. It would have moved forward faster if the government had chosen to prioritize that piece of legislation. And I detect the same string of argumentation again here from my friend from Winnipeg North, that he is keen to see Bill C-9 move forward, apparently, but not keen enough to have successfully lobbied his House leader to actually schedule this bill and to put it forward on a larger number of days. Friday is a very short day relative to the time. So I did want to spend a few minutes on that particular point, Mr. Chair, because I know it comes up again and again, and in a sense to preempt what I suspect will be a question from my friend from Winnipeg North. Although I will say I did appreciate him tabling a petition relating to Bill S-223 on organ harvesting, and I hope that is a bill that the Foreign Affairs Committee will prioritize for deliberation and move forward, because as members know, it has been a long time. So having responded to that, I also want to add my voice to the comments from my friend from Battle River Crowfoot as it pertains to the larger issues of trust in our institutions and independence. We are talking today in the context of C-9 about certain circumstances, certain events and comments that have impacted trust and faith in the judiciary, and I think we need to really affirm the importance of institutions. We want to see our institutions be trusted, but we also want to see our institutions be worthy of that trust. And sometimes what we hear from some members is a call to trust institutions without being willing to note when there have been significant problems in conduct of individuals in those institutions. And I think the issue raised by the opposition House leader today with respect to interference by the government in a criminal case, this is another important issue in this ongoing conversation about trust in our institutions and the actions of government, acts of interference by the government that certainly do have an impact on on how our institutions are perceived and the degree to which they are trusted. Things that are these matters of interference in the independence of institutions are important in their own right, but they're also important in terms of how they contribute to the level of trust that Canadians can have and can reasonably have in light of the facts in the institutions that are so critical for holding our common life, our public life together. So, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-9, the piece of legislation we are debating today, is on the face of it a relatively technical piece of legislation. Although, as members know, every technical piece of legislation has interesting philosophical issues and questions underneath it. The legislation is about making changes to the mechanisms or processes that are in place around judicial discipline of judges. And I'll just read the summary. I do believe one of my good colleagues intends to be on mute and isn't, so I'll just flag that. But in any event, the summary for the bill states that this enactment amends the Judges Act to replace the process through which the conduct of federally appointed judges is reviewed by the Canadian Judicial Council. It establishes a new process for reviewing allegations of misconduct that are not serious enough to warrant a judge's removal from office, and makes changes to the process by which recommendations regarding removal from office can be made to the Minister of Justice. As with the provisions it replaces, this new process also applies to persons other than judges who are appointed under an act of Parliament to hold office during good behavior. So it creates mechanisms by which individuals who have been appointed to hold office pending "quote unquote" good behavior could be considered to have not fulfilled the standards required around good behavior, and therefore be removed from office and or face other mechanisms of discipline. I think these the details and the mechanics around these mechanisms are extremely important, and things that will be important for the House to consider, but also for committee to go into further. I think reading through the legislation, one thing I found quite interesting was the presence of a panel, a review panel of lay people who by design could not have any legal background. So it's always interesting to me when you have this balance where on the one hand there are aspects of our judicial system where we demand a certain level of expertise, and then there are certain places where I think for good understandable reasons we actually demand a lack of expertise formally and in practice as a means of saying that we want some people involved in the decision making who are non-experts. I recall a quotation from former British Prime Minister Clement Attlee, who talked about how he, in particular, wanted his ministers to not be experts on the subject that they were ministers of. And I know that's a bit of a parenthetic question, but it's one that's been debated over the years about various kinds of appointments. But in any event, this legislation includes a specific designated role in the determination process for lay people. I want to just note as well that the justifications by which a judge could be removed from office, and this is from Section 80. For the purposes of this division, the removal from office of a judge is justified only, and then I'll just skip some of this, but the reasons basically if there is for reasons of infirmity, misconduct, failure in the due execution of judicial office, and or B, the judge is in a position that a reasonable, fair-minded, and informed observer would consider to be incompatible with the due execution of judicial office. So these are some, in some ways, notionally objective criteria, but there's naturally going to be some level of subjectivity in how they will be applied. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a history to the consideration of this issue, and there's a history to the discussion of judicial misconduct that touches on some very important and sensitive issues. In my time as a member of Parliament, there's been a fair bit of discussion around specifically the issue of comments by judges dealing with cases of sexual assault. So there was a judge who made some very, very offensive, very outrageous comments in the context of a sexual assault trial that he was presiding over, and that provoked a lot of conversation about the reality that someone isn't rendered all knowing and all virtuous simply by the fact that they have received a judicial appointment, and maybe that there is a legitimate place for saying that someone, by their comments or by their lack of understanding of certain things, is no longer fit to be a judge, and how do we preserve the principle of judicial independence, the principle that judges should be making decisions based on the facts of the case and the law, rather than making decisions as democratic legislators do based on other factors, including public opinion. How do we preserve that principle of judicial independence, but also say that there are certain societal norms and values that we would like to see reflected in the conduct and the statements of judges, and that there is a point at which a person can go beyond the pale and simply no longer be suited to that position as a function of some of those comments. And so there have been a number of different ways of getting at this issue. One was former Conservative leader Rona Ambrose put forward a private member's bill, I believe in 2016, in any event in the first half of the 42nd Parliament, that would have sought to promote judicial education around sexual assault. So this is one way of dealing with comments like this, is to say maybe it's simply a lack of knowledge, a lack of education. And as I said, when that bill that bill didn't pass in that Parliament, and a similar bill was put forward and passed in the 43rd Parliament. As I said at the time, I think we need to recognize the importance of education around these issues, but also recognize that education isn't always the full solution. I think there's a lot of data to suggest that when you mandate certain kinds of training courses, for some people, that's a meaningful opportunity for them to learn about the matter at hand. But for some people, that's just a matter of sort of checking the boxes that are required. And whether it's a meaningful engagement exercise or a box checking exercise may depend somewhat on the way the material is presented, but a lot of it will depend simply on the disposition of the individual, how willing the individual is to substantively engage with the matter at play. So my conclusion is that the proposal from Rona Ambrose around judicial education was very important and worthwhile, but it doesn't solve the whole problem of either judicial misconduct or potential issues where a trial is where a judge is making comments in the context of a trial that are very offensive to the victim and to society at large. So that's some of the history of the issue, and here we have now. Therefore, I think coming out of that, but also other potential issues. This isn't just about comments judges make in trials. This could also be about concerns about personal corruption and other things that would be at play in the context of judicial discipline. So this is a piece of legislation that seeks to kind of coming out of that long-running public discussion, make refinements to the processes around judicial discipline. Madam Speaker, one thing I just really want to notice about this discussion is that it presumes the fallibility, the personal fallibility of judges. And it maybe should be fairly obvious, but in the way some of our Canadian debates have proceeded, maybe it's not so obvious. The judges are human beings. They have the potential to develop great expertise and also great virtue and commitment to their work. Judges also, like any other human beings, have the potential for grave error, errors in reasoning, but also moral error of various kinds, including misconduct or corruption. Judges are human beings; they're fallible. They can make mistakes in various kinds of situations or ways. And the heavy criticism of former Justice Robin Camp and some of the subsequent discourse, the arguments for judicial education the government has supported, and the very existence of this legislation, it affirms the reality of judicial fallibility. And yet, at other times, when we're having debates about criminal justice issues, debates about how we respond to particular kinds of charter litigation, the discourse in this House, I think, sometimes seems to presume something else, seems to presume the infallibility of judges. And I remember it was very striking to me that when I was first elected as a member of Parliament, we were on the one hand dealing with this whole question of Justice Camp and issues around judicial fallibility, but on the other hand, we had members making comments about at the time it was Bill C-14, which followed the Carter decision at the Supreme Court, where it was repeated that this was a unanimous court decision, therefore. Therefore, our goal as a legislature should simply be to interpret the wisdom we were given from this this wise council of judges. And I have a great deal of respect for the role that the Supreme Court plays in our democracy. But I also think it's legitimate to disagree with decisions that courts have made. And part of the process of democratic deliberation is recognizing that if judges can be personally fallible in terms of their own conduct, and fallible in the sense of making inappropriate comments in a sexual assault case, then they can also be fallible in their determinations about the appropriate sentence, about the appropriate balance of rights that emerges from a series of arguments about how to interpret given facts in light of the charter. And the fact of diversity on courts, of dissents, underlines the potential fallibility of judges, and I think we should. In our Canadian democratic discourse, we should seek to affirm the importance of judicial independence, affirm the respect that is owed to that institution, while also recognizing that judges make all kinds of mistakes, and that Parliament has a role to deliberate about substantive questions of justice and human dignity, and to engage in a constructive and healthy back and forth when it comes to decisions and legislation, and how we respond to that. And I could cite other cases that brings this issue to the fore. Madam Speaker, I do see that I'm up against my time to some extent, so I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the issues around Bill C-9, to share a bit of the history, and to underline that for me one of the lessons coming out of this is let's acknowledge that judges are human beings. They have an important job to do, but it's legitimate to disagree, to debate about determinations that are made, and to use constitutional tools that affirm the rights and the role of the legislature when it comes to establishing and advancing common values that are determined through democratic deliberation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the member won't be surprised by my question, but it is related in terms of, here we have Bill C9, a bill in which no doubt there's a great anticipation. I made reference to the Council that had their semi-annual meeting, feeling discouraged that it hasn't passed to date. During, whether it's the pandemic or the inflation, lots of legislation. We have a heavy legislative agenda. That means, Madam Speaker, that with legislation in which everyone's supportive of, it's helpful if we can actually pass it in a timely fashion. And my question to the member is, does he not agree that given that it appears that all political entities in the House are supporting the legislation, allowing it to go to committee doesn't prevent additional debate? There's still third reading, and there's a lot of debate, no doubt, take place in the committee stage. When would he like to see the bill actually go to committee?
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of the specific final question, when would I like to see this go to committee? I think it's going to depend on the wishes of other members in terms of speaking to it. I clearly don't plan on speaking to it again, having spoken to it now, and such is the way this place works. Members only speak once to the bill. I've had the opportunity to, but there may be other members who wish to have an opportunity to, and it's incumbent on the incumbent government to schedule bills in accordance with priorities. And I will just respond to this sense. Well, there's a heavy legislative agenda this fall. Let's go back over the last 2 years, and it's been at least 2 years. I think that this general concept of shifting the process here has been under discussion. We had prorogation of Parliament. We had the suspension of Parliament, much beyond what was warranted by the pandemic. We had an early election, which canceled a whole bunch of legislation that was working its way through the process. These are things the government has to be accountable for. They create this artificial urgency and then blame the opposition, and it's not reasonable.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start by recognizing that this bill has been studied in the Senate already, having been introduced there back in May of 2020. When I review the debate from the floor of the House from this place from back in June, parliamentarians at the time agreed there was fairly unanimous support for the substance of the legislation, that there wasn't significant contentious subject matter. From our conversations today, the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is the third Conservative speaker speaking for about 20 minutes rather than shorter 10-minute interventions. With speakers having given some amount of latitude in each case as is appropriate, it gives me an indication that all other parties are fairly satisfied to have this round of debate on C9 come to a close and move on to other pieces of legislation of interest to Canadians. My interest, for example, would be to see legislation addressing the cost of housing, the climate crisis, the poison drug supply, to name a few, all of which have a substantial impact on my neighbors. And so I guess I'd be interested in further reflections from the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan on, are there particular elements of this legislation that he feels more debate is required on and to have more study on before study follows at committee after second round? Thank you.
Well, member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member mentioned what some of his legislative priorities would be for discussion in the House. Of course, we're both members of opposition parties, and it's the government that decides which legislation to present and to bring forward. And I would have opposed the early election, the prorogation, the grand suspension during the pandemic, and some of these other circumstances that have made it more difficult to bring forward and advance some of these legislative items. And I would just also say, I don't quite agree with the framing in terms of parties speaking to this or not. We all come, and I think this is something that certainly his party has championed as a concept, that we all come into this House fundamentally as individuals, and individuals will wish to speak to legislation or not, depending on what the issues they want to raise are. And I think it's clear from my intervention that there were some specific things that I was interested in raising and highlighting in the discussion. I think hopefully that intervention is helpful to the House. And how many of my colleagues from other parties, personally, I don't know. I mean, I think it's important for individuals to have those individual rights as members to speak to legislation affirmed on an individual basis, not on a party basis.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you. I'd like to follow up on the comment made by the member for Winnipeg North when he talks about moving this bill forward. Now, one of the things that surprises me since I was elected is that the government tries to shut down debate on important bills like C-31 we saw this week, and then sometimes we lose time, because I remember the Conservatives made us waste an hour on a vote. There are lots of maneuvers. Can we agree that these type of stalling tactics that makes us waste time should be banned, and so we can get rid of these kind of useless things? Could the honourable member comment on that?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I think there are aspects of the House calendar that should reflect the rights of individual members to bring forward issues of concern, but there are also many aspects of the House calendar that are shaped through dialogue among House leaders, and I think an effort to have give and take in negotiations. And I think we all understand that there are some tools available to the opposition that the opposition sometimes tries to use in order to engage with important priorities to create some degree of balance in this place between government and opposition. I think it's a legitimate conversation that the member raises about possible reforms to standing orders. Any changes to the standing orders need to preserve an appropriate balance between government and opposition. There may be ways of shifting that balance while preserving it. When this issue was raised at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee 2 parliaments ago, Conservatives said, let's have the discussion, but we want to have the discussion with the recognition that changes to the standing orders should proceed on the basis of agreement among parties, not be unilaterally imposed by the government. I think that's an important principle for standing order reform. So I'll say yes to the discussion, but it needs to proceed in a collaborative fashion.
Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his speech on Bill C-9, Amendments to the Judges Act. Earlier in discussion, there was emphasis on the importance of judicial independence for our judges, but I want to focus on another important principle, and that is the principle of that judges should be aware of community values. Canadians were shocked earlier this year when the Supreme Court of Canada actually let a person off the hook who had assaulted somebody because he was too drunk to know what he was doing at the time. So the defense of extreme intoxication. People were shocked to hear that. So I wonder if the member could comment on the importance of judges being aware of community values. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's a very important question, and I think judges obviously have to think about wider aspects of the context. I profoundly disagreed with that decision on multiple levels. I also think decisions like that just underline the importance of the legislature stepping up and asserting its role. At times when it's been convenient, the government tries to treat the Supreme Court as if it's some infallible body, protected from error, and that it's simply our job as legislators to understand the minds of our Supreme Court and work things out as directed. Sometimes that's the tone of the rhetoric that we hear from government members, and that's not only is that not philosophically defensible, but that's not in keeping with our constitutional tradition. We have tools, including the notwithstanding clause, whereby the legislature can engage in dialogue with the courts in a way that disagrees, that says we think you got it wrong here. those things that back and forth needs to proceed on the basis of rule of law, of course. But it's important for us to do our job as legislators and not buy into this sort of false narrative of judicial infallibility.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, a great honour to rise in this House on behalf of people of Timmins James Bay, and I'm today particularly thinking about the Cree communities in Upper James Bay, Attawapiskat, Fort Albany, Peawanuck, Kishechuan, Moosonee Moose Factory, plus people who's been spread across Canada, and all of them go back to a horrific institution called St. Anne's Residential School. And I think it's important, as we're talking about the Act to amend the Judges Act, to reflect that we just saw one of the darker decisions from the Supreme Court, the refusal of the Supreme Court to look at the miscarriage of justice that was committed against the children at St. Anne's, giving no reason, no explanation. I think when we talk about amending the Judges Act, I think of a great parliamentarian, Rona Ambrose, who spoke up about the need for judges to get basic and legal education in dealing with sexual assault, because we've seen a number of really, really bad decisions, and they've been referenced here. But I think it's also important that our judiciary needs to understand the findings of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the obligations of Canada, and that includes the courts, to address issues in terms of the equity and the rights of Indigenous people. Because if you look at the cases of St. Anne's Residential School, it is clear that any Indigenous person looking at this would wonder, how is it possible to get justice in Canada? It's not a complex issue. I'll talk about a really powerful woman, Evelyn Korkmaz, who suffered horrific sexual violence as a child at St. Anne's, and the collusion of the Grey Sisters, the nuns, who covered it up. When she went to the hearings to tell her story, the first thing the adjudicator told her, he said, "I'm a proud member of the Knights of Columbus." They were there to adjudicate crimes against the Catholic Church, and the first thing she was told by the adjudicator was that he was a member of the Knights of Columbus. And then he said to her, "I know the nuns of St. Anne's. I know that order. They're good women." She said she knew right then that she wasn't going to be believed. Now, in any other court process, that case would have been thrown out, but not in the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement. And one of the reasons the adjudicator didn't believe Evelyn Korkmaz's story of the horrific sexual violence was because the other defendant in the case, Canada, had the legal obligation in the hearings to prepare the evidence. And the adjudicator looked at the evidence supplied by the Justice Department of Canada that said in one line, "No known incidents of sexual abuse at Fort Albany Indian Residential School." What they didn't tell the adjudicator was that the Justice Department had 10,000 pages of police testimony and witness names of rape, torture, violence, forced abortions against children in that evil institution. I think of this man, he goes by the name of H15019. He suffered horrific sexual violence, and he went into the hearings to expose Father Lavoie. And the Justice Department lawyers said, "You're not believable, because Father Lavoie was not in the institution when you claim he was." And as proof, they presented a 2-page person of interest report, which was their legal obligation, on all the known potential perpetrators. So a 2-page person of interest report said Father Lavoie wasn't there. What they were sitting on at the Justice Department was 2,472 pages of a sick, evil man who, through 4 decades, raped multiple generations of children. And the case of H15019 was thrown out. And when they tried to have this case reopened, the Justice Department and the federal government forced this case to the BC Superior Court, although this happened in Ontario. Now, why would they do that? Well, they did that because they knew that the survivors didn't have the money to go to BC Superior Court. How could you claim that this was a just process? What happened in that case was that after the Justice Department decided to suppress the evidence, then they decided that they were going to shut the hearings down and they were going to deny justice. This is not a very complex issue. 10 years through multiple legal battles, this went on. And finally, Parliament had called on this government that they had to settle with the St. Anne survivors. So the former minister sent on March 18th, 2021, a request to have the cases of St. Anne's reviewed. And we thought, finally, justice. That's all the survivors wanted. They wanted to review what had happened with the suppression of evidence. But if you read the report, the request for direction sent by the federal government, they didn't ask the courts to review this to get justice for children whose rape and torture had been suppressed. They did this because they said people speaking up about St. Anne's was making the government look bad. It's right there in their request for directions. And do you know who they blamed for making the government look bad? Senator Murray Sinclair. Because he said there can't be reconciliation without justice for St. Anne's. Dr. Pamela Palmatier, who raised issues about what happened at St. Anne's. Edmund Matatawaban, the survivor of the abuse, who speaks for the survivors, his name is in the government request for directions that he is making the government look bad for the abuse he suffered. And interestingly, of course, I'm in there for about 30-some pages, but I don't mind that. But Osgoode law professor Jennifer Leach, she was named by the government of making them look bad because she wrote, "The government's non-disclosure raises significant concerns about the scope of information available to the adjudicators, the claimant's ability to establish abuse allegations, and the scope of the compensation." Professor of law said this is a flawed process. So the instructions given to Justice Pitfield to look at this excluded many of the horrific cases. And he was not to talk to the survivors. What kind of justice system is that? So he examined 427 cases, and he came back in his preliminary and said 81 at least serious need for re-examination. That's 20% of those cases falsely adjudicated. But then in the final report, he said, no, it was just 10. Student on student. No blame to clergy, no blame to staff, no blame to government, no involvement with survivors. So of course the survivors took this to the Supreme Court. But when I talked to the survivors yesterday about the fact that the Supreme Court wouldn't hear their case, they said they weren't surprised because this was never a fair fight. They went with pro bono lawyers. There were days they couldn't even afford their own bus fare to get to the hearings. And yet Canada spent millions of dollars on lawyers to shut this down. It was never a fair fight. And this is why I refer to this when we're talking about Bill C-9. I'm not questioning the wisdom of the Supreme Court, but I am questioning the lack of understanding of the obligation in this time to understand the obligations under the Truth and Reconciliation, to say that we have a higher level of justice to attain here. Because one of the fundamental arguments of the government was that the survivors were not entitled to procedural fairness. Procedural fairness has been ruled by the Supreme Court as a fundamental right. And what they meant was, well, just because we didn't bother to supply any evidence and just because we lied in hearings, that's okay, because the survivors are not entitled to the basic principle of procedural fairness. And if you look at the evidence that the government brought forward as to why procedural fairness wasn't a right, they put it under sealing orders so people couldn't see that. What is this, Soviet-style justice? Phil Fontaine, who signed the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, wrote that they would never have signed this agreement if they were giving away fundamental legal rights under this process that gave them less rights than they would get in court. And of course, Canada ridiculed Mr. Fontaine's response and said that this issue of procedural fairness was completely irrelevant. It is completely relevant, Madam Speaker. So on this day, the day after, the Supreme Court has shrugged and said, well, whatever happened at St. Anne's, whatever happened with judges who misread the reports because they were lied to by the Justice Department, whatever is said about perpetrators of horrific abuse, and we have many of their names, Bishop Laguerriere, André Lavoie, those men got away. and the survivors are still living with injustice, and they deserve better in this country. They never asked for huge compensation. They asked this government to sit down and recognize that what was done to them was one of the most horrific, evil acts ever committed against innocent children. And those innocent children have had their legal rights undermined time and time again by a system that wanted to shut this process down. So if we're talking about amending the Judges Act, we have to look at what happened at St. Anne's and why there was no understanding on the judges' part of the need to hold this government and the Justice Department of Canada to account.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the comments from the member and sharing his thoughts on what is no doubt a very important issue. Some of the personalities we all know, whether it was the former senator or someone that I classify as a good friend, Phil Fontaine, there are some deep-rooted concerns there. But my question is more so in regards to seeing what's bringing forward is providing the tools that are necessary to ensure that there's a higher level of accountability. At the same time, respecting judicial independence. And I'm wondering if he can just provide his thoughts in terms of as we move towards changes, that these is something, or that what's being proposed within the legislation is in fact something that will move us closer to a higher sense of accountability within the judicial system.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I guess when I began working with St. Anne's survivors 10 years ago, I had this naive belief that Canada's justice system would work. But I believed that the Justice Department of Canada would follow the law. And it was the decision by Justice Department lawyers to obtain the evidence, to prepare their defense, to know who all the perpetrators were, then to black the names out and not turn over those documents that undermine this process. And I think it's hard for even judges to believe that this could have happened. So they accepted the Justice Department's excuses. So it is political at the first level. The issue of reconciliation that we talk about, there is no possibility of reconciliation without justice for St. Anne's. And from that, there needs to be an understanding of what went wrong in that process and what has gone wrong in other cases dealing with Indigenous people before the courts, so that the judges understand the need to have a broader view of their roles and responsibilities.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member opposite for his comments on Bill C-9, an act to amend the Judges Act. He gave some heart-wrenching stories about people who feel that they were not treated fairly by our justice system. Very important principle in Canadian justice is the independence of our judges and our justice system. Does Bill C-9 find the right balance there? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
I thank my honourable colleague for that, and I think the fact that we are looking at amending the Judges Act is a positive thing, because we see certainly in the United States where questions about the judiciary has really raised questions about the legitimacy and trust in the overall democratic process. We have an independent judiciary in Canada, and that's very important to maintain. But as I've said, Rona Ambrose brought forward a bill about making mandatory education, because some judges just simply do not understand the dynamics that women face against the power of male sexual violence. And that is a massive disproportion. You can't go into a courtroom and say both sides are equal sometimes. You have to understand the larger dynamics. That was Rona Ambrose's push for change. And I think if we look at what happened at St. Anne's Residential School, and I think this will be studied in court and law for years to come, we need to make sure that our system is there so that the judges know the appropriate grounds for this, and we will get better judgments in the end.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie le collègue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Timmins James Bay for his speech. I'd like to hear what he has to say about the fact that the bill that we have before us, there's little room for the voice of victims when the review committee decides to reject a complaint. There are alternatives that could be proposed: therapies, apology letters. The review committee can impose other types of sanctions on judges. but we never hear what the victims could bring to the process. Should we consult them further? I'd like to know if this is an improvement that could be considered during the study of this bill.
Pour ma collègue, je vous remercie pour la question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It's important to make sure that the system protects the rights of victims. The problem, for instance, with the survivors of St. Anne's and other residential schools is that the government sets up an alternative process. And in that system, we don't have tools for victims or survivors to ask for an alternative if there's a problem with the decisions made. Therefore, it's necessary for the court to protect the rights of survivors within the alternative tribunal system set up for the victims of residential schools.
Ending, we'll have about 6 minutes.
7 minutes, 8 minutes.
6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. we live in an era of mistrust and distrust, which is all at the same time sad and disturbing. Sad because we would like all Canadians, we like to be Canada to be a place where we trust each other. Disturbing because the erosion of trust in our society causes friction and discord. You have to wonder where it will end, whether we can continue to function as a society if we don't have any trust or respect of each other. As a conservative, I find it easy to mistrust the Liberal Party. They have a track record of actions and politics, and I think are detrimental to Canadian society. At the same time, I acknowledge that the member opposite, despite their political affiliation, all put their names forward for election because they had and all still have a strong desire to serve Canadians. Last year, in the Maru Public Opinion Poll, members of Parliament ranked at almost the very bottom of the list when it came to respect for the profession. We can take little pleasure in being more respected by Canadians than owners of social media platforms or car salespeople and advertising professionals. The lack of respect for politicians is a sign of the times, but I think honest reflection would be that all too often the practitioners of politics have behaved in a way that loses them the respect of the people they serve. Once again, I find that sad. Madam Speaker, I bring this matter of trust because that is the purpose of this legislation that we are debating today. In the poll I referred to earlier, firefighters, nurses, doctors, and farmers were all have high on the list. Judges were in the middle of the pack. Judges command the respect of the majority of Canadians, but perhaps not as much as they used to. Bill C-9, with its amendments of the Judges Act, is an attempt to strengthen an integral component of our Canadian system of justice. This bill amends the Judges Act to replace the process through which the conduct of a federally appointed judges is reviewed by the Canadian Judicial Council. It establishes a new process for reviewing allegations of misconduct that are not serious enough to warrant a judge's removal from office and make changes to the process by which recommendations regarding removal from office can be made to the Minister of Justice. As with the provisions it replaces, this new process also applies to persons other than judges who are appointed under an Act of Parliament to hold office during good behavior. Bill C-9 modifies the existing judicial review process by establishing a process for complaints serious enough to warrant removal from office, and another for offences that would warrant other sanctions such as counseling, continuing education, and reprimands. It seems to me that there is a benefit to outlining this process. This bill also states the reason a judge could be removed from office, including infirmity and misconduct. I'm looking forward to when this legislation goes through the Justice Committee to be examined in greater details. As well as I would like to hear the opinion of Dr. Benjamin Robach, who is the new federal ombudsman for victims of crime and frustration victims, have had with his judicial review process. I wish to congratulate him on his new position, which is take up this coming month. It's a pity, though, that the Liberals took more than a year to fill such an important position. A cynic might suggest that they don't think the rights of victims as a priority. I'm not a cynic. I know the Liberals do care about the victims of crime. But perhaps the delay in finding a new ombudsman for the victims of crime was because so many government resources were devoted to the arrive can that no one remembered to put up the job posting. Madam Speaker, I think it's fair to say that Bill C-9 is about increasing trust in an age of mistrust. I do not want to live in a society where the very institutions of democracy are threatened because they lost the trust of the people. Madam Speaker, Canadian judges already enjoy a high level of trust, but as noted earlier, they don't top the list. If this legislation will indeed help increase the public trust in the judiciary, then it's worthy of our support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 1:29, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. L'ordre du jour.
Private members' business, consideration of a motion on the federal framework on housing for individuals with non-visible disabilities, standing in the name of Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga, appuyée par
Ms. Kayabaga, seconded by Ms. Scribbles, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should continue to work in consultation with representatives of provincial and territorial governments, the Federal Housing Advocate, Indigenous governing bodies, service providers to people with disabilities, housing providers, and other relevant stakeholders in upholding a federal framework to improve access to adaptable, affordable housing for individuals with non-visible disabilities, which should, A,
presence of an expert on persons with visible and non-visible disabilities to the National Housing Council, and that the expert provides advice to the ministers on the application of the National Housing Strategy to persons with disabilities. B, consider amending Section 4, Housing Policy Declaration of the National Housing Strategy Act to include a recognition of the additional barriers to housing faced by persons with disabilities. C, prioritize the creation and repair of accessible units through NHS programs. And D, veiller à ce que le droit en logement.
D, ensure that the right to adequate housing is applied equitably across all vulnerable populations, particularly persons with disabilities, both mobility and other. Debate.
Honorable député de London West.
The Honourable Member for London West. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to rise today and speak in this place as member for London West, elected last year in 2021 for the first time.
To speak on a motion, what a privilege to be able to come into the House of Commons and move a motion that transforms the lives of the people who actually sent you to move that motion. So on that note, I want to take the opportunity to thank my family for allowing me to come here every week as I leave them behind in the riding to do the work that I do, that I know have such a tremendous impact on Canadian lives. I also want to thank the good people of London West who once again allowed me. When I was on City Council, I was their voice on affordable housing. I was talking about accessible housing, and they gave me that opportunity to come here in this House and be able to continue to do that work. So thank you so much, London West. On that note, too, I want to thank my team. We've been working for a whole year to come to this motion. It's been a long journey. It's been a lovely journey. And also want to thank every single partner and stakeholder who advised me, who spoke to me, and who held my hand through the writing of this motion. Access to affordable housing and accessible housing is one of the challenges that encounters many individuals living with disabilities. And as legislators, I think that we need to do more to ensure that these issues are addressed with tailored legislation. That's why I'm excited to present motion M59. I'm honored to speak for the first time in this House on a motion to seek a federal framework on housing for individuals with non non-visible disabilities to ensure that persons living with disabilities have access to inclusive and affordable and adequate housing facilities. Disability is often seen as a barrier to obtaining housing and maintaining a stable residence. As part of the consultation that I conducted with people who are affected by these realities, I had a chance to hear from Yvonne. Yvonne is a member of our riding in London West, and she told me the challenges that she usually faces when she's trying to access housing and how non-inclusive it is for her, especially because she has a non-visible disability. In her interaction with me, she mentions the lack of funding to pay for rent, as the price for the units outweighs the amount that she can spend, and also the difficulty in finding a place that is accessible for a person living with disability. Yvonne talked about the importance of having all levels of government working together to address this issue. So about 100,000 Ontarian adults have intellectual disability. An estimated 40% or 40,000 of these individuals have a concurrent mental health diagnosis, and that many are not able to see. I got to hear from RENA, an organization that works with individuals living with developmental disabilities, and they reiterated to me the challenges faced by members, such as long as wait times for accessible housing. In Ontario alone, at least 16,000 people live with developmental disabilities and are waiting for housing supports. And there's a projected 40-year wait time, and that's unacceptable. In the last 2 years, COVID has financially affected many Canadians. And in the case of persons living with disabilities, they were highly impacted due to some not being close to their families or lack of community support. The most recent figures have shown that in Canada, more than 13% of the population lives with disability. That's about 4 million Canadians that live with disability. And out of those people, more than 400,000 adults are with more severe disabilities are considered to be in core housing need. I think, and I think you can agree with me, Madam Speaker, that every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home, including Canadians with disabilities. Findings from our partner like Inclusion Canada have found that people working in shifting contract work and struggling to pay their bills are often faced with discriminatory practices by some landlords. En 2017, l'Institut de recherche et de développement
In 2017, several organizations presented a report to the United Nations on human rights issues connected to housing in Canada. In this report, they highlighted that many handicapped individuals have difficulty keeping a stable job, especially better paid jobs. Among them, the rate of poverty is twice as high as Canadians who do not live with a disability.
The constrained housing options that make affordable housing prices 10-year options and locations more restricted at lower incomes. Over 30% of adults with disabilities live in rental housing, and almost 45% of that group now live in low incomes compared to 25% renters without disabilities. Among lone parents, we found that people with disabilities are much likely than people without disabilities to have low income. The reality, Madam Speaker, is that homelessness is another challenge faced by people living with disabilities, and we have to do everything to address that. On any given night here in Canada, about 35,000 people are homeless and are living in shelters. On an annual basis, there are about 335,000 people who are homeless in Canada. That is an estimate of 45% of our homeless population, and many of those are living with disabilities and with non-visible disabilities. So our government has been working to ensure that access to housing is equitable and accessible for all Canadians. Depuis 2015, we have invested over $30 billion for affordable housing and brought in Canada's first national housing strategy. Our more than $72 billion plan, to which has already helped hundreds of thousands of Canadians get the housing that they need. And through the National Housing Strategy, we have helped create and maintain and repair more than 36,000 units of accessible housing across the country. This is certainly good work, but more needs to be done. And we recognize that. Housing is at the heart of the budget of 2022, with investments such as a new housing accelerator fund to help speed up housing projects, a more flexible first-time homebuyer incentive, a rent-to-own program that helps renters become homeowners, and a measure to prevent renovictions. I am proud, Madam Speaker, of the work that our government is doing, but I also recognize that more needs to be done, especially when it comes to our Canadians who live with disabilities, especially non-visible disabilities. And that's the reason why I'm moving this motion today. I'm happy to call on the government to, number one, have the presence of an expert on persons with visible and non-visible disabilities to the National Housing Council, so that they can provide the best possible advice to relevant government ministries on the best approaches that the National Housing Strategy can use and that can benefit persons with disabilities. La présence d'un expert des personnes ayant un handicap.
The presence of an expert on persons living with a visible and invisible disability means that they can provide better advice to relevant departments regarding the national approach.
Clear that housing policy declaration, the National Housing Strategy Act, is, as it currently stands, showcases our government's commitment to human right-based approach to housing policies. This certainly already applies in regards to our government's policy when it comes to accessible housing for persons with disabilities, both visible and non-visible. C'est très clair que la déclaration sur la politique du logement.
It's very clear that the statement on housing, in its current form, limits, or rather directs the approach of our government based on a human rights approach.
Déjà à la politique de notre gouvernement en matière de.
Our government's policy in housing wishes to ensure that people who with a disability can have access to housing whether they have a visible disability or not.
Their needs. In this motion, I'm asking that the government considers amending the Housing Policy Declaration under the National Housing Strategy Act to add an emphasis on the recognition of additional barriers to housing faced by persons with disabilities, which would strengthen our government's commitment to human right-based federal housing policy in regards to persons with disabilities, including for future governments. Madame la Présidente, je demande que le...
Madam Speaker, I call on the government to amend its policy and strategy in order to put a specific focus on recognizing the additional hurdles that people with disabilities face.
Persons with disabilities. It is much more complex. It's challenging. They face compound disadvantages. When layered with disability, stereotypes and racialized minorities are faced with more barriers in accessing housing. One of the ways to address this issue is to prioritize the creation and repair of accessible units through our ongoing National Housing Strategy programs, as this will contribute to more available, accessible housing units that will provide to those who need them regardless of their social status. On doit donner la priorité.
We have to put the priority on creating and repairing accessible housing within the national strategy in order to increase the number of accessible units available and to ensure that they go to people independent of their social status.
That this motion can bring all parties together to support it, because this is exactly what Canadians send us in this House to do. I have spoken to many people who have no disabilities, but I think that we can agree that every single one of us in this room, out of the 4 million Canadians who live with visible and non-visible disabilities, we know one of those people. I'm asking my fellow members in this House to help me move this motion. I'm asking that we do this for the benefit of Canadians in the proposed motion, that we'll vote together in support of this framework that will ensure accessibility, affordability, housing for persons living with disabilities. I urge all members of this House to join me in supporting this motion, and I look forward to any questions and debate that my colleagues may have for me. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the member for London West for her motion on the importance of housing affordability for people with disabilities. There's a group of people in my riding of Langley Aldergrove who had been working on a large affordable rental project, but because of higher interest rates, it has now become unviable, at least within the affordability range. So I wonder if the member for London West could comment on the importance of the government understanding the fiscal and the monetary dynamics that lead to inflation and to higher interest rates, which make housing affordability so much more complicated. Thank you.
Well, member for London West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my honourable colleague for his question. And I just want to mention, Madam Speaker, that inflation is a situation that the whole world is experiencing. And I think, Madam Speaker, that our government has committed and continues to commit to building affordable housing. And this motion is an extra layer that seeks to support all the bills that we've passed to support Canadians who are in need. And now I'm putting a particular language that supports Canadians with non-visible disabilities. And I really hope that my colleague on the other side will support this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for this important motion. Housing is important, and especially for people with visible and non-visible disabilities. So the government is handing out $500 to low-income people who spend more than 30% of their income on rent, but currently there are 87,000 people living in social housing in Quebec who are low income, but they don't get the assistance. They don't get the assistance because in Quebec, we built lots of social housing. We took action, and as a result, Quebec is going to be penalized versus the rest of Canada. And we have low-income people in Quebec. So would my colleague agree with doing away with the 30% limit in the legislation that is the obstacle right now? Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois for his question. I appreciate the passion he brings to the House, especially on the issue of affordable housing. As I said before, Madam Speaker, Budget 2022 is focused on affordable housing. That's been proven. It's in the report. A lot of money is being invested in affordable housing. And once again, as I said before, my motion, today's motion, seeks to help, in particular, people living with disabilities. That's what I've tried to do, and I hope the other side will support me in this endeavor. Thank you.
For Port Moody, quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would really like to thank the member from London West for highlighting some of the gaps in the National Housing Strategy and for putting forward this motion. It really does go to show why it is so important to have folks that have worked with housing in community. My question is just around the mention of building or repairing housing. And I just wondered if the member could expand a little bit on how the government can do more of that.
Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I equally appreciate the member on the other side, and I appreciate her policies on housing and the work that she's done in the community, in her community, and am very happy to sit in the House with her. Madam Speaker, I'm calling on the government to repair the units with a lens of including access to non-visible disabilities. We have programs, many programs. In my riding, I can mention a number of them that the National Housing Strategy has responded to. And I'm just asking in this motion that we begin to repair those housing units in that national housing programs to be able to include non-visible and visible disabilities. I hope that she will also join again in supporting this motion so we can pass it, because this is critical for a lot of Canadians, because I heard their voices. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is an honour to stand in the House of Commons to represent the constituents of Peterborough Kawartha. Today I rise to speak on motion 59 put forward by the member from London West, and I appreciate her passion and initiative on this motion. And the motion is, it calls on the government to work with all relevant stakeholders in upholding a federal framework to improve access to adaptable, affordable housing for individuals with non-visible disabilities. Now, Madam Speaker, we have an intersection of crises in this country. We have a mental health crisis. We have an addiction crisis. We have an affordability crisis with interest rates on the rise. We have a definition of affordable housing that is 80% of fair market value. That is not affordable to most people. We have a housing crisis and we have a homelessness crisis across this country. And none of these things are exclusive to each other. And they have one common thread: housing. This national housing strategy put forth by the Liberal government is an epic failure. And I absolutely support this motion, and I support the work that is being done. But it is imperative that we speak up and call out why we are even in this position to have this motion put forth in the first place. This should have been built in to the national housing strategy. Why, 5 years later, is this being put forth as a motion? It's absurd. It's a rinse and repeat cycle of this Liberal government that is constantly in reactive mode instead of thinking ahead. Last Friday, Madam Speaker, I went to a homelessness crisis meeting in my riding of Peterborough Kawartha. Now, the winter months, pardon me, I have to move this chair. The winter months are upon us, and I know across this country, members from all ridings will agree with me that they probably have vulnerable people in their riding that will freeze to death because we do not have a sustainable strategy in place for housing. And in particular, to this member's motion, those with invisible or non-visible disabilities. So, Madam Speaker, we will continue to be in a rinse and repeat cycle if we do not think ahead. And not thinking ahead means housing is absolutely a basic human need. But if you put housing in place for people who have non-visible disabilities without supports, you will be put into a rinse and repeat cycle, and it is just wasting money. Yesterday, I met with members of the FASD Rural Network. This is the Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder Network. And for those who don't know what fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is, it is when a fetus is exposed to alcohol because the mother has consumed alcohol. And the spectrum is very significant, and it can be from visible to non-visible. And many, many people live in our society without being diagnosed properly, and they need supports. They're one of many people. Think of it like autism or somebody with mental health issues. If they do not have the supports or the understanding or the diagnosis or the access to the supports they need, they will not succeed. And that is our job as government, to put policies in place and make it accessible to access this money that is supposed to be there. And under the National Housing Strategy, it is merely a nightmare to access a lot of this funding. CMHC needs a complete overhaul. Reaching Home. These are programs that are designed to say they do good things, but they are not delivering what they are meant to deliver. Since 2015, the average home prices have nearly doubled and show no signs of slowing down. And in the past year alone, average house prices have increased by over 28%. Canada now has the second most inflated housing bubble in the world. The current National Housing Strategy has been in place for 5 years, and we are currently 1.8 million homes short across this country. We've yet to see the details like many other programs by this Liberal government, of the $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund that is supposed to help boost the market rate supply of homes and address the numerous barriers to getting more supply online faster. And the programs that have become available through the Canadian Mortgage Housing Corporation through the National Housing Strategy have been so inaccessible when it comes to applying for and receiving funding that it is clear this government either isn't listening or isn't serious about tackling the current housing supply shortage. I can say with certainty that every member, if they speak with their constituents, if they speak with the builders in their riding, these builders are ready to put up houses tomorrow. It is the restrictions under this Liberal government that is preventing the supply that needs to be put out to help these people. I think it's important to also hear directly from those impacted the most from this motion. Canadian Housing and Renewal Association believes motion M59 is too narrow in scope. Empowering individuals to get ahead requires housing and services that support their individual needs. The NHS has been around for 5 years and hasn't met these needs despite advocacy from the housing sector. Why is this finally happening 5 years in? They do support the motion. Now, my riding of Peterborough-Kawartha was ranked as the most overvalued housing market in Canada at 107% overvalued in April of 2022. The reason for this? Lack of supply. As it stands right now, we are not meeting demand, and we haven't been building to meet the demand for 30 years. Now, while more houses are being built in 2021 and 22, 2 good years certainly does not make up for 30 years of not building enough. The population in my community has steadily risen due to immigration, but the number of new homes built has fluctuated. And there are a number of years where no new apartment buildings were built in the city of Peterborough at all. We cannot continue to build homes at the same rate as in the 1970s and think we are doing enough. We need all levels of housing built at an expedited rate, with a focus on the missing middle when we look at the housing continuum. Madam Speaker, this motion puts a focus on housing for those individuals with non-visible disabilities. Still, to fulsomely address this housing shortage, we need to look at all levels of housing, from single detached family homes to mid to high-rise apartments with 1 bedroom. We even need to look at tiny homes, Madam Speaker. Every single one of these pieces matters because they free up supply for those who need it most and keep costs down. So what can we do better to address the current lack of housing across our country? As I've outlined in this speech today, Madam Speaker, timely release of funding programs once announced. Housing can't wait for a flashy headline. Easier applications. Many of the organizations that are applying for funding of affordable units are grassroots not-for-profits on shoestring budgets, many times hiring staff solely to fill out applications and waiting extended periods to hear back on if they were successful. It is such a ridiculous system, Madam Speaker. We need to create service standards with transparency on successful applications and accountability on how many dollars remain in specific funds and where funds are going. If we've learned one thing already in this Parliament, Madam Speaker, is that this government needs to be accountable for wasteful spending. There is money that can be used properly, not reckless spending. And that is where we are losing taxpayers' money on an app that should have cost $250,000 and cost $54 million, and we don't even know where that money is. How many homes could have been built with that money, Madam Speaker? The last solution I would like to propose has been one suggested for many years by several organizations. And this is the key to leadership, and that is what is missing, Madam Speaker. We need to listen and we need to act. And this has been proposed, a permanent national housing roundtable made up of all stakeholders in the housing sphere. If we are not listening to the experts on the front lines, how do we think we can make the decisions that will best suit Canadians? It is our job to take their voice here, not bring Ottawa's voice to them. The solutions exist if we ask the experts. Let's listen, then act. Madam Speaker, people with non-visible disabilities are entitled to a home just like every Canadian in this country. It is Maslow's hierarchy of needs: basic shelter, food, clothing. If you do not have a place to live, if you do not have somewhere to hang your coat, to feel safe and to know that your things won't be taken and torn down or removed, you are displaced. You can't be a productive member to your own self, to your partner, to your employer. Madam Speaker, we have so much work to do on housing, and it is the fundamental basic need that needs to happen in order to deal with the crises we are seeing across this country: mental health, addiction, crime, affordability. Everyone deserves access to housing, Madam Speaker, and I will support this motion, but please, I hope this government has heard what I had to say today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to this important issue, and I'd like to thank my colleague for tabling this motion, which is very specific but also fundamental, a fundamental part of the housing crisis. It's funny to be talking about this on a Friday afternoon. It feels like we're all just waiting for the bell to ring so we can get out of school. But the last time I took the floor on a Friday afternoon, I have this feeling everyone's tired and so on. And that's only to be expected. But coming back to this, of course, the last time I talked about the housing crisis too. But I'm happy every time I get the chance to talk about housing. My colleague talked about this fundamental, important, and obvious problem in Quebec and elsewhere in the country. And Scotiabank says there's a shortage of 3.5 million units. That's a huge amount of building that has to be done. And in Quebec alone, the CMHC did a study, and they said if you just left it up to the market, up to market forces, over the next 10 years, 500,000 new units will be built in Quebec. Obviously, there's condos, bungalows, duplexes, and all that, not necessarily just housing for the most vulnerable. So obviously, market forces alone will not suffice. So the market forces would build 500,000 units, but in order to meet the need, there's a lack of housing, but not just a lack of housing, but also a lack of affordable, accessible housing. So we need 600,000 more units over and above the 500,000. It's huge. The government, they may be well-intentioned, well-meaning, but they're not even planning to build half of what's needed. So they're talking about building 35,000 units, or having built 35,000 over the past 5 years, and then it's really...
And then if they renovate some 60,000, we are missing the objective. We need to deal with these major issues that we're facing when it comes to housing. Now, in C31, and this is a very important issue, because in Quebec, if C31 sends $500 to people under 21,000 or under 35,000, but then they pay way more for housing, well, that's not something we can be against, except in Quebec, we have social housing. We have people who are paying 25% or under 30% for their housing. So people who have lesser incomes have access to social housing. Housing that was built because the federal government had moved out of the area, and in Quebec, they took up that area, and we put in place that program. It's not keeping pace, but what we're seeing under C31 is that, and this is the parliamentary budget officer who pointed this out, is that there are some 87,000 people who don't have access to those housing units, and those are low-income people. They're poor people. And so across Canada, the money is going to be sent, but because we're progressive, because we're dealing with these issues, because we build programs to help the most vulnerable members of society, we're going to be penalized. Now, there's a lot of programs where Quebec is ahead. We have to fight to get the funding, and we built the programs in the province that help people. And so this is a big problem, but it's like I said, in Quebec, when it comes to housing, people in charge of housing, the organizations, the organizations that I talked about the other day, they had great expectations. They had hoped to see a lot from this agreement between the NDP and the Liberals. They thought, okay, good, the NDP, they're going to be focusing on the building of housing. They're going to push the government, urge the government. It's going to we're going to make progress. But when I talk to people over the past couple of weeks, in the past 2 weeks, they see the situation as disastrous. The results are a disaster. $500, $500. What are they going to do with that? $500 is good, but that's not what the organizations are saying they need. What they're saying, look, I don't remember the exact number, but we've got some programs under C31, but we could have built homes, affordable homes, over a longer period of time. So we don't have to come back every year and say, now there's a crisis. People don't have funding to pay for their accommodations. But if we took the bull by the horns and built houses, if we faced the real issues, that would be one thing. But no, that's not what we're seeing. And once again, the elephant gave birth to a mouse when we see this agreement between the Liberals and the NDP. The situation is disastrous. And they don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. Now, let's get back to M59. Now, but before, was there something else that I wanted to point out? I'd like to salute the people dealing with the homelessness in Quebec. Today is Homelessness Day. The organizations in Longueuil are getting ready. I'm going to be going to help them. There's all kinds of activities overnight in Longueuil. There's a parade through Longueuil to make people aware of homelessness. It's been very difficult for many people. People found themselves in a difficult situation. Now there's mental health issues, there are addictions problems, and homelessness is even more visible. There are more homeless people. And so these organizations across Quebec are working hard, and I salute them. They're doing extraordinary work, and I'll be joining them later on this afternoon. And I'm thinking about, well, at any rate, there's a bunch of organizations that are doing exceptional work. They're committed. They are empathetic. They're extraordinary, and I wanted to give them a shout-out. But let's get back to M59. Now, we need to define what we're talking about here before we discuss visible and invisible disabilities. Now, an invisible or a non-visible disability is something that can't be detected. Sometimes, unless someone tells us they're facing an illness, we don't know. So it's something that affects their quality of life. And with many disabilities, we can't talk about a single non-visible disability. There are often many. And I was surprised to hear this, but 2 people with disabilities are in wheelchairs, and 80% have non-visible disabilities. So it could be a hearing issue, a sight issue. It could be someone who's dyslexic, bipolar. There are all kinds of problems. They can be chronic. It could be temporary. Someone can recover from it. These are people who have trouble receiving acknowledgement that they are facing a disability. And they can have great difficulties performing simple tasks. For example, sometimes people will say, oh, they're nonchalant, they're lazy, they're aggressive, but they're facing a difficult situation. And so acknowledging or recognizing the difficulties or the disability is a major problem for them. And that's what people have told us. Because there's no physical manifestation, such as a wheelchair, well, then they get less sympathy because it's not visible. And then now this can affect someone's mental health. It can affect the people around them. A non-visible disability can cause problems in society in their relationship with other people. For example, they may park in a handicapped parking spot and be criticized for that. These can be chronic illness that could prevent them from walking, chronic fatigue, something like that as well. The same thing is true for someone who uses a washroom reserved for people with disabilities, and they'll be looked at with a critical eye because they're using those facilities when they have a non-visible disability. Now, earlier on, someone mentioned hyperactivity, dyslexia, all kinds of disabilities that are non-visible. I had a lot more to say, and we don't have enough time to talk about these important things in the chamber. This is an important motion. We're going to be supporting it. The federal government isn't doing enough for housing. I'm going to tell them we need to continue to work on it. And on this very specific issue, the Bloc Québécois stands behind the motion and the government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The law is clear that adequate housing is a human right, but many of the 22% of Canadians with disabilities are being left behind. The National Housing Strategy embeds Canada's international human rights obligations to implement the right to adequate housing. But as this motion points out, the National Housing Strategy is missing recognition of the additional barriers to housing faced by persons with disabilities. The motion has the opportunity to correct that. Article 19 of the International Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities notes that equal rights of all persons with disabilities to live independently and to inclusion in the community. That is not happening under this government. The Government of Canada is failing to live up to its obligation to ensure adequate, accessible, and affordable housing. We see the housing crisis manifesting in communities across this country. There are people in Canada suffering, and the government has a responsibility to fix it, to build homes, to have affordable homes, and to stop the homelessness crisis in Canada, and to recognize that persons with disabilities have even more barriers to housing. Canadians with a disability are greatly overrepresented in the homelessness population. 45% of Canada's homeless have a physical or mental disability, and core housing need is at least 16% higher for persons with disabilities. In BC alone, nearly 4,000 people living with disabilities are on a wait list to find an accessible home. Housing demands far exceed availability. Only 5% of units in BC are targeted for accessibility, despite the fact that 15 to 20% of Canadians live with one. It has been said that the only true disability is the inability to accept and respect people's differences. Living up to the legal obligation to protect human rights means understanding equity and addressing long-standing inequities. How can those inequities be fixed if the decision-making tables are missing those perspectives? This motion seeks to begin to correct that. The lack of representation at decision-making tables is also contributing to poverty. There are links between poverty, homelessness, and living with disabilities. According to one IRIS report, people living with disabilities are twice as likely to live below the poverty line. In fact, living in poverty is likely to increase instances of disability. While there are no concrete numbers on how many people experiencing homelessness in Canada live with disabilities, we know there are many. The Centre for Justice and Social Compassion estimates that 45% of all people experiencing homelessness are disabled or diagnosed with a mental illness. Given that the Canadian Survey on Disability showed that 13% of Canadians self-identified as having a disability, this shows just how overrepresented people living with disabilities are in the homeless population. Street Health Toronto found that 55% of people experiencing homelessness had a serious health condition, and of those, 63% had more than one. In a report by the Daily Bread, it was reported that almost 50% of people frequenting Toronto food banks have a disability, and that includes persons with invisible disabilities. Invisible disabilities such as anxiety, depression, chronic fatigue syndrome, and fibromyalgia are not always seen out in the community, but it does not make them any less limiting in this ableist world. Long COVID, for which there is no single test and with symptoms varying from person to person, joins the list of invisible disabilities with very real impacts. This reality needs to be addressed, and investments in supports and benefits are required from this government. And accessing those supports and benefits must be easier. Accessing benefits has always been a barrier. Complicated processing, confusing paperwork, and all too often, These are more challenging for persons with disabilities. In the Globe and Mail, Michael Prince wrote about how people with severe and prolonged disabilities face many challenges when trying to get their benefits and appealing decisions when their applications are rejected. Prince claims that the system is structurally flawed and asks, who's suffering? The clients and their families who confront new obstacles to access programs vital to their well-being and financial security. Madam Speaker, when the very systems put in place to support persons with disabilities are themselves exclusionary and unaccommodating, it is any wonder that these people are living in poverty and falling through the cracks. And when that system is keeping them from housing, the very basic right, their very basic human right, is being violated. The government needs to stop this violation and build the accessible, affordable homes required. When I was first elected, I asked an order paper question about accessible housing. I asked about what accessible housing we are losing each year in this country. CMHC came back and said CMHC does not collect data on accessible units that have been lost or decommissioned. I also requested some stats from CMHC about federal funds used to build accessible units and to convert existing units to accessible housing. Their response only included the National Housing Strategy Program, even though I asked it for data since 2010. This meant that no data was collected on accessible housing until 2017. And for the first 3 years, from 2017 to 2020, there was nearly no data. Only in the last 2 years, 2020 and 2021, was there any data of any measurable consequence. Liberal and Conservative governments have failed to deliver on housing for all Canadians. How could it not be if they're not even collecting the data? The need to act cannot wait. We cannot have one more person with a disability forced into a tent on the street like the ones we see every day on the way to this house here in Ottawa. As this motion says, prioritize the creation and repair of accessible units through the National Housing Strategy programs. The government cannot move fast enough on that. Let us not forget how Canadians got into a situation where housing is unaffordable and inaccessible. Conservative and Liberal governments have overseen the financialization of housing. Instead of protecting our social and accessible housing stock, they encouraged upzoning and gentrification in the name of density, forcing persons with disabilities living in poverty out of their homes. Density dreams, Madam Speaker, are for developers and investors. The financialization of housing is only working for the super wealthy and is leaving the rest of Canadians behind. The National Housing Act is legislated that the Government of Canada's housing policy is required to recognize that the human right to adequate housing is a fundamental human right affirmed in international law, and that housing is essential in the inherent dignity and well-being of the person. The government must do better. The Housing Minister must live up to his words. He has committed, and I quote, that every single project that seeks to get money from the federal government to build housing, whether it be private sector, government, another order of government, or the non-profit sector, must have minimal accessibility requirements. He went on to say that unless they fulfill accessibility requirements from our government, they don't get a single dime from us, and that barrier-free housing for Canadians with disabilities is a priority of the National Housing Strategy and always will be. Even if M59 does not pass, the NDP will hold this government to those words. I must point out, though, I am not sure the government has an achievable goal here, as we are still waiting to hear what the government means by the word accessible. In the HUMA committee, I asked specifically for information around the government's definition of accessible, because I have some experience that it's very hard to get the market to build accessible housing. When the response came back from CMHC, the word accessible was only written once, and the accessibility definition was not included. This government needs to do better and identify what definition they are using in their commitment to accessible housing. In closing, I appreciate the member from London West for highlighting the gaps at the decision-making tables around housing and in the National Housing Strategy, and the need for a more inclusive understanding of housing needs in Canada. With the failings of this government around providing accessible and adequate housing for Indigenous people, people with disabilities, and more, I encourage this government to do better and to start realizing that one size does not fit all. And adding to that, the aging population. We need a better approach to accessible, affordable housing in this country, and the debate today is an important step in all of us thinking about how to solve the problem of a home for everyone in Canada in a more inclusive way.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Workforce Development, Employment and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and if you'll permit me, I'd like to just acknowledge the residents and the visitors that remain here in the gallery this afternoon, late this afternoon, to listen to this wonderful debate. It is wonderful to have you here joining us this afternoon. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it really is a pleasure to rise today to speak to Motion 59 on housing for persons with disabilities. And I'd like to begin by thanking the member from London West for tabling this motion. Her constituents are served so well by her advocacy and her strong leadership on this issue. Since 2015, we have made extraordinary progress to advance the rights of persons with disabilities. And yet barriers still exist, Madam Speaker, in public spaces, in housing, in buildings and in parks, and even in information and communication technologies. And that's why we are taking bold action to drive the creation of accessible and inclusive communities. As members may be aware, on October 7th, we launched Canada's first ever Disability Inclusion Action Plan. It was a proud moment, and it served as the culmination of years of fruitful collaboration between the disability community and government. During this collaboration, we heard extensively from persons with disabilities about the issues, including accessible and inclusive community design. And that brings me back to the overarching values that guide every aspect of our work with persons with disabilities. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to talk about the principles outlined in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Canada is a state party to this convention, as well as its optional protocol. What that means is that we recognize the right of all persons with disabilities to live independently and to live in the community. The convention provides us with two very important articles on inclusive housing, which I believe are rather relevant to today's discussion, and please allow me to share them with you. Under Article 9, as a state party to the convention, we are taking action to ensure persons with disabilities have equal access to the physical environment, including housing. What's more, Article 28 of the convention sets out that persons with disabilities have the right to adequate housing, including access to public housing. Our work is also guided by Gender-Based Analysis Plus. We developed GBA Plus to assess the implications of intersecting populations across Canada, including persons with disabilities. And that means when we create housing programs, we need to consider the ways that a person may experience intersectional barriers so that we can minimize or remove those barriers at every step of policy development. A report from the COVID-19 Disability Advisory Group recommended that we recognize the increased risks of gender-based violence for women and girls with disabilities. It also recommended that we address the urgent need for low-barrier shelters and housing, as well as in services and other supports. Indeed, accessibility in housing and shelters is a key priority for us. It is a key component of our plan to achieve a barrier-free Canada by 2040. And now I'm going to speak about how we will get there. And I'm going to begin by speaking about the Accessible Canada Act. Madam Speaker, let's be absolutely clear. Our government is committed to advancing accessibility and inclusion across Canada. This is clear in our Disability Inclusion Action Plan and was first codified in the Accessible Canada Act, landmark legislation which became law in 2019. We implemented this groundbreaking act as part of our effort to proactively identify, remove, and prevent barriers to accessibility across 7 priority areas, including the built environment. In the spirit of nothing without us, We do this work in consultation every step of the way with the disability community. We also created a new organization, Accessible Standards Canada, or ASC, which became accredited this past year. And we are in the process of creating national accessibility standards. I'm also happy to remind members that in November of 2021, ASC and CSA Group began collaborating on the development of 3 accessibility standards, including a standard on accessible homes. Madam Speaker, that work is well underway. And as the CEO of ASC has said, they are developing standards focused on equitable technical requirements. We are also working to ensure that persons with disabilities have access to housing through the Home Accessibility Tax Credit. The tax credit helps seniors and persons with disabilities stay in their homes by offsetting the cost of expensive home renovations that make their homes more accessible. These include, for example, the installation of wheelchair ramps, walk-in bathtubs, wheel-in showers, the widening of doors and hallways, and the building of a bedroom or bathroom on the ground floor. Budget 2022 doubled the home accessibility tax credit. Now, the qualifying expense limit has been increased to $20,000 in 2022 and subsequent tax years. This includes a tax credit of up to $3,000, which is twice the previous amount. That's more money in the pockets of Canadians with disabilities. We also introduced the National Housing Strategy, the largest and most ambitious federal housing program in history. Through the National Housing Strategy, we are taking steps to advance the right to housing for all Canadians, with a priority on the most vulnerable. This includes persons with disabilities who require more affordable and accessible housing options. Under this strategy, at least 2,400 new affordable units are being built for persons with developmental disabilities. All funding programs include accessibility requirements and thresholds that must be met by developers. And now I'd like to revisit the Disability Inclusion Action Plan with a focus on Pillar 3, about accessible and inclusive communities, which also includes accessible housing. Madam Speaker, the disability community has been very clear during consultations on the Disability Inclusion Action Plan. The design of physical spaces, including apartments and homes, is often inadequate and inaccessible. This is because disability is often not considered in the initial stages of design. Pillar 3 of the Action Plan addresses the physical and attitudinal barriers that far too often prevent persons with disabilities from fully participating in public spaces like community buildings and workplaces. It will also influence architects and planners to adopt an inclusive mindset when they design housing projects. While physical accommodations are important, there is always more that we can do to create inclusive spaces. For example, having calming spaces and quiet areas could be very important for some persons with disabilities. Some people might need these places to be connected to services and programs that support the independence of persons with disabilities. Others may need written information in large print or in plain language. Madam Speaker, the initiatives that I have mentioned represent a paradigm culture shift, one where persons with disabilities are included from the very, very start. Through the Disability Inclusion Action Plan and ASC standards, we will drive even more profound changes. In closing, I would like to once again thank the member from London West for her motion and her leadership. Her constituents and Canadians with disabilities are being well served by her passionate and effective advocacy. Together, we will build an inclusive Canada for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, River Lakes.
Bravo. It's quite timely that we're considering M59, which calls on the government to work with Indigenous governing bodies, service providers to people with disabilities, with housing providers and other relevant stakeholders, including the provinces, in upholding a federal framework to improve access to adapting affordable housing for individuals with non-visible disabilities. At a time when we're seeing in media reports folks who have disabilities, folks who are housing insecure, who are unable to get the support they need, unable to find affordable housing, and are instead opting for medical assistance in dying. We're in a situation where we're failing Canadians. We're failing Canadians who need us the most. It's going to require the federal government to get to the table with the provinces. We need to solve for this crisis that is resulting in people opting for medically assisted death because they feel so hopeless. And it's incumbent on the federal government, it's incumbent on their partners to resolve this, because certainly we can all agree that this isn't what the medical assisted dying framework in Canada was designed to do. We can all agree that the folks among us who are struggling in poverty, folks living with disabilities, that they shouldn't be left to feel like death is their only option. We need to offer them hope. And while this motion is laudable, the outcomes are items that the government could have included in previous legislation, that could be in existing frameworks, and certainly we would demonstrate to people that it's taken seriously by the government if the Prime Minister were to sit down with the First Ministers to discuss health care funding. If we had transparency between the conversations that were going on between the federal housing minister and his provincial counterparts, a relationship that appears strained on the federal side. So, Madam Speaker, it's important that we address this as a House. It's important that we offer hope to all Canadians, Canadians who are housing insecure, Canadians who are experiencing homelessness, and Canadians who, of course, are living with disabilities. It's our responsibility as legislators. It's an important conversation to have today, and it's important that the government take it seriously and advance meaningful steps that will resolve these concerns and crises that Canadians are living with. Thank you.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Comme il est 14h30.
As it is 2:30 p.m., the House will adjourn until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
you.